Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material in use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
Estamos aquí, oye, que estamos aquí. Mírame, estamos aquí. Desde hace rato, cuando ustedes llegaron, ya estaban las huellas de nuestros zapatos. Se robaron hasta la comida de gato y todavía se están lamiendo el plato. Bien encabronados con estos ingratos. Hoy le doy duro a los tambores hasta que me acusen de maltrato. Si no entiendes el dato, pues te lo tiro en cumbia, bossa nova, tango o vallenato. A lo Calaboy y bambú, bien frontú, con sangre caliente como Timbuktu. Estamos dentro del menú. Tupac se llama Tupac por Tupac Amaru del Perú. América no es solo USA, papá. Esto es desde Tierra del Fuego hasta Canadá. Hay que ser bien bruto, bien hueco. Es como decir que África es solo Marruecos. Estos canallas se les olvidó que el calendario que usan se lo inventaron los mayas con la Valdivia precolombina. Desde hace tiempo, este continente camina, pero ni con toda la marina pueden sacar de la vitrina la peste campesina. Esto va para el capataz de la empresa. El machete no es solo para cortar caña, también es para cortar cabeza.
Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerde. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerde. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. 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 Te muerde, te muerde.
Los paramilitares, las guerrillas, los hijos del conflicto, las pandillas, las listas negras, los falsos positivos, los periodistas asesinados, los desaparecidos, los narcogobiernos, todos los que robaron, los que se manifiestan y los que se olvidaron, las persecuciones, los golpes de estado, el país en quiebra, los exiliados, el peso devaluado, el tráfico de droga, los carteles, las invasiones, los emigrantes sin papeles, 5 presidentes en 11 días, disparo a quemarropa por parte de la policía, más de 100 años de tortura, la nova trova cantando en plena dictadura. Somos la sangre que sopla la presión atmosférica. Gambino, mi hermano, esto sí es América.
Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerde. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerde. Si quieres mi machete te muerde.
Señor viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor, decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento, lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
Okay. Let's see what we got. Let me try to get rid of this window. All right, here we go. All right, well, there's only one person. Kind of weird, man. I got more likes than viewers right now. It's funny. Well, shoot. Let's begin. ¡Viva México, cabrones! I don't need fans, you know what I'm saying? I can just one brother, one sister. That's all it takes for me to start a class, because this is about learning. Okay, so anyways.
That's right. That's right.
Even the old lady knows, man. Even the old lady knows. So anyways. Hey, what up, man? Saludos, Guaracuya. You're funny, bro. You come up with some funny names and shit, dude. I'm not as bright as you, bro. Anyhow, well, then let's get going, man, because you know what's going on, bro, with the household. My son, he is finally getting his surgery done. Hopefully he goes through it well. Anyway, so I may be on call right now. We got some support, so we appreciate you, Father, for doing that, allowing us to be in that state of mind, because I can't imagine somebody going through this. So anyhow, listen, I told you, brothers or sisters, that I got a lot to show. But, for some time, I was kind of concentrating on something. I guess there was a purpose, and I'm kind of seeing it, but you know what I'm saying? I didn't know. So now I'm trying to provide y'all with a little history. Maybe you can get to see what I see and what I've learned and from studying and confirming and looking at history, because I really like history. I really do. So now let me start out with the scripture real quick before anything. Hey, what up, brother? Good to have you here, man. I haven't seen you in a while, bro. Good to have you here. This is the title today. Forged World of Idumea and the Khazars. I think y'all gonna like it, man. I went deep in this class. All right, enjoy it. And share it. Please like and subscribe, family, if you haven't. Share these things. I hate to say that shit because there's no monetary, money's being made in this channel. But I think that lately we've seen a lot of very low amount of people watching. And I don't know if it's YouTube or if it's the spirit or if it's something, but the Most High is wanting me to push hard, especially now. So help out and pray for your brethren. All right, let's go. By the way, the class is called Forged World of Idumea, the Khazars. You know what? Let me do this. Excuse me. Let me do this. Look up the word forged, okay? So I looked it up. At least we'll know what it means. Several meanings of it. Furnace or hearth, where metals are heated or rot. But it also means this: to make a forgery or counterfeit. To or relating to that which has been fraudulent, imitated. Counterfeit, fake, copy, false, counterfeit, pretend, artificial, mock, pirated. Reproduction, imitation, synthetic, sintético. You guys that are in Puerto Rico know what that means. Bogus, simulated, duplicate, quasi, ish. You know what I'm saying? Ish, so to speak. So that considered. Let me share this with y'all real quick, man. It reads 2 Timothy 2:24, and the servant of the Lord must not strive, but be gentle to all men. And it doesn't mean that kind of gentle like you guys think. Be just, basically. Apt to teach. That right there. Apt to teach. So let's see if you guys can follow along. Let's get going. Let's begin, man. Let's get this show on the road. Some of you guys call it a show. Chicloso, hope you're still watching, bro. You're still my brother, man. I know. Well, maybe not. Maybe you did come out of the nutsack of African so-called American man. Maybe it is what it is. Anyways, let's begin.
From the beginning, the extension of the United States from sea to shining sea was the intention and design of the country's founders. Free land was the magnet that attracted European settlers.
We're white. The entire country knows this is nonsense. What did he say? And I cannot wait for the day that we win. We will. We're white. We're white.
This particular form of colonialism is called settler colonialism. But as a system, it requires violence. It requires the elimination of the natives and their replacement by European settlers.
I did not want to spill Seminole blood. Kill Seminole children, Seminole women. Give us back the American property you stole from our good fellowmen, planters, and settlers, and I let you move to the Indian territory the U.S. government has provided for your people.
You call human beings your property?
They're slaves.
You steal land. You steal life. You steal humans. What kind of species are you?
Damn. What kind of species are you? What are you? Harvest, damn it. What kind of crooked tree are you, man? Crooked tree. Crooked tree. It's crazy, isn't it? Find that very interesting, man. That the way that he said, "Give us our land back, which you stole from us." Yet, who's the settler? It baffles me that people still walk around with that mindset, crisscross, double sauce type of deal. Let me show you something, man. This is gonna be my little angle right here. Here. Like the dumbass on TikTok. TikTok. All right, so this is from a book I got called what is it called? Conscience Dictionary of Ancient History. In this book here, we see something called the Samaritans. After the fall of Samaria in 721 BC, Sargon deported many of its people. Pay attention to this. And, you know, quite frankly, this is when you start trying to determine whether history really matters to you or if it really doesn't. Because if you start looking at history and read the Bible and you start cleansing yourself, repenting, actually changing, somehow, some way, family, like the Most High just creates this path for you. We've gotten instructions from, obviously, the Mashiach. It's time for y'all to take hold of it. So here's my understanding of history. After the fall of Samaria in 721 BC, Sargon deported. Now, we heard this word many times here in America. Get rid of these banners, man. They're over here as illegal. Damn, wetbacks. Matter of fact, they had a name for us. They called us wets. We caught them wets. We call them wets.
That's right.
That's right. Then it says here, deported many of its people, replacing them. That's another important word. What do we typically know of here in this northern part of the Americas? That we've been deported and we've also been replaced with them, replacing them with captives from Babylon, Syria, and Arabia. Now, in this particular case, it's in that region. But here in America, you could say Babylon is British, Syrians are French, Arabians are Spaniards. Pretty much. Aren't we in Rome, Egypt, the whole concept all over again? 10 toes, nations mixing. The same thing that happened then is the same thing that is happening and has happened here since 1492. Now, I know that that's probably new to you guys, and you probably think, well, you know, I'll tell you what, and I've always said this, man. If I wasn't a so-called Hispanic, you guys would actually probably believe me more. But because I'm not blackety black, like a so-called Judite, that you guys think those are the people of the Bible and they're the lions, which honestly, they're just a bunch of meows. And I've said it. Meow. You don't bring no prophecy. Listen, if you create a history, a fake one, manipulate people to believe it, so then it could kind of reflect the Bible, well, then now you can preach prophecy. Well, shit, man, even I could do that. But then when you start bringing out the truth, then you guys get offended. So let's continue once again. After the fall of Samaria, okay, this is regarding the two kingdoms here. I'm trying to give you guys some history. At the same time, to understand how these people are involved in these things. Why do they have what they have, and why do they claim to be who they are? How historical are they in regards to the Bible? Because look, if you guys want to follow a channel that has windows and y'all want to just chit chat like comadres all day, every day, you'll find them. That's everywhere. Every now and then I'll do some little so-called debates. Anyways, let's see. Check this out, family. You also have to wonder about this, okay? The scripture said that, as you can see, it's a continuous thing, right? The Samaritans, or all Israel, was basically taken out of their land and replaced with other people, right? They were taken out of their land and replaced with other nations in that land, correct? Now, did that happen in Africa? No. Did it happen in the Americas? Yes. So the people that reflect, even the replacement concept, the replacement history, The Samaritans were taken out of their land and replaced with other nations. The only people that went through that is us here in our lands. These and later colonists. Hold on, let me read it again. It says, after the fall of Samaria in 721 BC, Sargon deported many of its people, replacing them with captives from Babylon, Syria, and Arabia. These and later colonists mingled with the old Hebrew population that remained. Are you guys paying attention? No, it's probably going over your head. No, I hope not. There's several words that have been used so far. Several words. You have deported, replaced, colonized, mingled. Then they populated with the remaining. And the new mixed race that grew up were known as Samaritans. You see this? So, just like here in America, in the northern part, there are people that claim to be Mexicans and they're not. Or they claim to be Hispanic and they're not. Or they claim to be African and they're not. Or they claim to be white and they're not. Well, first of all of you white folks of America, I know why you stick so hard to the name here and why you want to cling on to this. It's because you guys were a bunch of mutts. You don't know where you're from anymore. So all you have left is to call yourself an American. That's it. It's a sad story, but this is the same thing. Nothing new under the sun. Once again, the new mixed race that grew up were known as the Samaritans. The foreign colonists decided to worship. You see this? The foreign colonists decided to worship. I'm not going to say that name because we know what that means. The Most High, I'll say. And the God of the land. But they blended his worship with their own cults. You see what's going on here? This syncretism offended the Jews and accounts for the strife between the Jews and Samaritans. Okay, so now, hopefully, it makes sense to y'all. Hopefully. Hold on a second. What the hell is that? Oh, that's funny. No, man. I didn't want to move it. Okay, there we go. Let's go to 2 Kings. I'm going to show y'all something real quick. I'm not use this for now. Okay, 2 Kings 17, verse 21. Watch what it says. All right, so let's go. Now, we read what we just read. So we see that the colonists took a lot of the Samaritan Hebrews out of their lands and replaced them with other people. Right? Okay, check this out. So it says 2 Kings 17:21. So here we read a little Bible history that relates, that actually confirms, I'm sorry, because technically that says ancient history. For he rent Israel from the house of David and made Jeroboam the son of Nebat king. And Jeroboam drave Israel from following Yahoo and made them sin a great sin. For the children of Israel walked in all the sins of Jeroboam, which he did. They departed not from them, meaning worshiping other gods, until Yahoo removed Israel out of his sight, and he, as he had said by all his servants and prophets, so was Israel carried away out of their own land to Assyria unto this day. You see this? So we just showed you earlier what the Samaritans, what had happened. They were replaced, taken out of that land. These colonists were bringing other people from other lands, and now they were calling themselves Samaritans. Do you understand what's going on? What exactly occurred here? It's the same thing that occurred here, or that's still occurring. They're telling y'all, you guys are illegals, and they're replacing you guys with themselves, just like all over again. Once again, 2 Kings 17:24. And the king of Assyria brought men from Babylon, and from Cuthath, and from Avah, and from Hamath, and from Sepharvaim, and placed them in the cities of Samaria instead of the children of Israel. And they possessed Samaria and dwelt in the cities thereof. We just read a little while ago something very similar to that. Right? Let's check it out again. If you guys can take a picture of it. Okay, fine, fool. It says right there, look. After the fall of Samaria, 721 BC, Sargon deported many of its people, replacing them with captives from Babylon, Syria, and Arabia. These and later colonists mingled with the old Hebrew population that remained. And the new mixed race that grew up there were known as the Samaritans. Like here, the people that are supposedly the Americans are just the white people, you know, the ones that get red when they're in the sun. What are you talking about, man? Be quiet. So we see here the foreign colonists decided to worship the Most High, the God of the land, but they blended his worship with their own cult. What, like Christianity, like the same thing here. Jesus loves everybody. The laws are done away with. This syncretism offended the Jews and accounts for the strife between the Jews and Samaritans. See this. Now we see that it's proving it. Like, hey, man, the Bible is not really lying, is it? Verse 25, 2 Kings 17:25, and it says, and so it was at the beginning of their dwelling there that they feared not Yahoo. Therefore, Yahoo sent lions among them, which slew some of them. You see this. Wherefore they spake to the king of Assyria, saying, the nations which thou hast removed and placed in the cities of Samaria. You see this. The nations which thou hast removed and placed in the cities of Samaria know not the manner of the God of the land. Therefore, he hath sent lions among them. So we know, based on what we see, whether it's documentary, YouTube, personal research, the people of this land, the people in power, do not know how to manage this land. They're talking about, excessive heat, dry land, it's not fertile. Well, because you don't know how to manage this land. And we see this again in the Bible. It says, wherefore they spake to the king of Assyria, saying, the nations, the Europeans, or no Africans, for example, or Asians, or Arabs, which thou hast removed, like taking them from there and placed them in the cities of Samaria, know not the manner of the God of the land. Therefore, he had sent lions among them. Why do you think there's so much murder and destruction here in this land? You ever wonder that?
Who are you?
So it says here. Let's continue. Therefore, the Lord had sent, Yahweh had sent lions among them, which slew some of them. Wherefore they spake to king. Let me go back. Therefore he had sent lions among them, verse 26, and behold, they slay them, because they know not the manner of the God of the land. Then he says, then the king of Assyria, verse 27, commanded, saying, carry thither one of the priests whom ye brought from thence, and let them go and dwell there, and let him teach them the manner of the God of the land. So it's like here, hey, you know what? Just get some pendejo that you know of, put him as a priest. Remember the black padres that we dealt with, or the white ones too? You guys forget? What did they teach you? Of other nations. So other nations who are trying to be acting like Hebrew, Samaritans, are mingled also with the real ones, right? Well, these are the ones that are actually starting to become in power, because we see that the kings at the time were placing certain priests that were not supposed to be priests. So you see how this happens often. We see an example of it today. Verse 28, then one of the priests whom they carried away from Samaria came and dwelt in Bethel and taught them how they should fear Yahweh. Give me a second. Hold on, family. Hold on. Give me a second. All right. Hold on. Give me a second. I got a text from my daughter. Hold up. Remember, family, like this message, it ain't for everybody, man. You know what I'm saying? It ain't for everybody. We're gonna have a lot of people that disagree, and because they believe too much in the whole Christian concept. You know, Christianity has this way of making you so caught up in in the letting go of the convenience. You know what I'm saying? Like, because that's what Christianity does. It's convenience, and that's a fact. And what I'll tell you too, specifically you so-called Hispanic, my indigenous brothers that believe in this 12 chart bullshit, you're still in there because you're not brave enough to actually believe in that on your own. You need reassurance from these people. That's a fact. And it's time that you just fucking, this is you, bro. You know, there's only one nation in the entire world that does not want to ever embrace the concept that they could be the Hebrews. You know, white folks, they want to be Hebrews. Black folks, they want to be Hebrews. Shit, Asians say that too. Arabs are over there as well. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like almost every other nation that just even gets a brush of that shit. Oh yeah, we're them. But the only people that I know of, like, y'all are just too shy to claim it. You know what I'm saying? You are too. I think it's. I don't know if it's embarrassing. You're too shy, or you're too unsure to claim it, and that's the sad shit. All right, I guess not. Well, anyway, so we see now that we have certain people being mixed within the real people of that land. Then they're put certain priests in those positions, so then they can be obviously led or obviously misled the most, easiest way possible. Just put a dumbass in the front. Verse 29, howbeit every nation made gods of their own and put them in the houses of the high places which the Samaritans had made, every nation in their cities wherein they dwelt. What do we have here? What happened when these guys came from the other nations? We have Pentecostals. We have here, I'll read it. I'll show you. It's the same thing. You come to this land, supposedly you have an understanding of God, and then when you're here, somehow, some way, you create other religions. And we read this in the Bible that this happened to the people of Samaria when their downfall was becoming. And all of a sudden, we see a bunch of religions, right? Isn't this where it all exploded? Let's begin. Christianity, Jehovah's Witness, 1852. Mormonism, 1805. Seventh-day Adventists, 1821. 1792. Unification Church, 1920. Christian Science, 1821. Unity School of Christianity, 1854. New Age, 1934. No One Person Roots, Wicca, 1863. Scientology, 1911. Islam, 570. Comparing Sunni and Shia Islam, 570. Well, that's a little older. Nation of Islam, we know when that started, 1877. Baha'i Faith, 1819. Kabbalah, 1927. Hinduism, introduced here in 1800, I guess. Should have been before. Hare Krishna, it says here, 1896, I guess here. Transcendental Meditation, 1918. Sikhism, 1469, 539. What else? Soka Gakki International, 1871. We know Catholics, Orthodox churches, Lutherans, 1517. Presbyterian, I guess, 1536. Methodist, 1738. Anabaptist churches, 1525. Congregational churches, 1600. I got like three more. Pentecostal Church, 1901. Churches of Christ, 1801. Baptist Church, 1612. It's the same thing here. Every God out of every nation. Give me a second. All right, man. My bad. It's just like I said, family. I got some personal stuff going on. And let's see. Okay, so we're at 28, 29. I mean, technically, I think I've made it pretty clear. Here we see that these are people that have already been taken out of taken to scenario, being replaced with the gente right there, right? Okay, sounds good. So we see now these other nations worshiping other gods. So, you know, you got people from Babylon made sackcloth in verse 30. The men of Cuth made Nergal. The men of Hamath made a schema. Avites made Nifbat. Like you can see how they all brought their own damn demons, just like here, or their own gods. Their own gods. Now, remember I said earlier that there were several people here removed out of Israel, right? And these people replaced them with others. Okay. In case you don't realize, that's pretty much the standard here.
Building your own.
And you know what? I know that this is probably not the most famous cello in the world, man, because a lot of people don't give a shit anyhow. But I'm gonna keep, pushing this truth no matter what. Even though you guys enjoy listening to comadres all the time, apparently that's more entertaining. That's not what you're gonna find in this channel. In this channel, we try to learn as best as we can. We ain't got time to comadrear about dumb shit. If somebody already warns you guys of what they experienced with those very same people, but you don't listen, and then you wonder why it happened, yet you were warned, it just shows how so much lack of discerning, y'all. Fucking man. Amazing to me that when some people just can't accept the fact that you just don't know, just shut up and learn. Just be quiet. Don't open your mouth anymore. Don't tell people, don't advise people. Just shut up and learn. You know what I'm saying? Like you should never show your face for like 3 years and just study. Because it's like, I don't get it. But anyway, let's continue, man, because I'm rather enjoying this. I really enjoyed this class. Let's go.
Reality check on an immigration claim made last night in the debate. Donald Trump noted that one great president, Dwight Eisenhower, deported illegal immigrants just as Trump would if he is elected.
Moved 1.5 million illegal immigrants out of this country. Moved them just beyond the border, they came back. Moved them again beyond the border, they came back. Didn't like it. Moved them way south, they never came back.
Eisenhower's policy was named Operation Wetback. It was implemented in 1954. It deported undocumented immigrants deep into Mexico. Now, many of them were brought to the United States through wartime programs, and their temporary contracts were not renewed. Now, the exact number of people deported is unclear.
Did you hear what she said? Okay, listen to this bullshit, all right? This is why. Anyway, it don't matter. Let's go.
Were brought to the United States through wartime programs, and their temporary contracts were not renewed. Now, the exact number of people deported is unclear, but one detail Trump left out: the transfer process was widely criticized as inhumane at the time, and later, in fact, some people were dropped off without resources in the desert. Some people died from heat stroke. Others drowned during transport in overloaded ships. So the CNN reality check, Trump's claim is true, but misleading.
Really? Really? Let me show you guys this real quick. I think it's this one. Actually, no, I want to show you this one real quick. In this video I wanted to show you, he mentions wet. Matter of fact, I'll do it for a little bit. I'll do a little bit of it, just so you can see the racism and the gadget, the ignorance of you gente. Y'all are very ignorant, man. Because you choose not to study, you choose to follow nonsense, you choose to listen to comadres, to dumb shit, and you don't want to learn. That's some sad, man. Y'all are some sad cases of people, bro. Straight up. Let's go.
This gadget that I hold in my hands is called a 20-inch lens. And in the hands of a skilled cameraman, it can bring in pictures from all 600 yards. Most of this next report was shot by Leo Rossi and Norman Alley using this lens. They were shooting the illegal arrival in this country of hundreds of people. A lot of it was shot either at dusk or at dawn. And shooting close up on the arrival of illegal immigrants is just something that cameramen do not do. Every 30 seconds, a so-called Mexican wetback enters this country illegally. The number is increasing. Some days, as many as 5,000 are caught and sent back in a single day. We asked Jack Beck to go down from KNX in Hollywood to the border and make this report. This is the morning prison train out of Southern California into Mexico. It makes this run every day about dawn. Its cargo, Mexican wetbacks, who have sneaked across the border and are being deported.
Did you guys hear that? Can you guys read that? Mexican wetbacks who have sneaked across the border and are being deported. I just read that to you guys. Look, it happened to the Samaritans after the fall of Samaria. Sargon deported many of its people, replacing them with captives from Babylon, Syria, and Arabia, like Europeans, Africans, Chinese, Arabs, all of them. They took your paisas out, all you wetbacks and and spics, got you all out and brought them here. But what do you care, right? It's just a show. It's just a show. Yeah, I don't care. Let's continue.
Most of them entered the United States by wading across the Rio Grande in Texas or the New River in California. Thus the term wetback. On an average day, 3,000 wets get across.
On an average day, 3,000 wets. Wets. Hold on a second. Wets. That don't burn your spirit, man. I guess it doesn't, because you know what? We're not comadreando, you know what I'm saying? So
many of these cross the 1,600-mile border into Texas, Arizona, New Mexico, and California. This report is about the traffic in the Imperial Valley of California. Here alone, the figure is 1,500 per day.
5:30 in the morning in Calexico, Mexicali, along the international border, and the night's catch from Indio is being brought in by the Border Patrol, having just unloaded from prison cars aboard a Southern Pacific train. A group of perhaps 200 wets. Yesterday's catch, probably, from the northern portions of this Border Patrol sector, being brought down to be returned across the border through the fence.
While the government spends tens of thousands of dollars a day trying to enforce the McCarran Act in our ports on the East Coast, an efficient but small force of Border Patrol officers makes a vain attempt to control the illegal traffic on the Mexican border. The job has been compared to trying to scoop the tide off the beach and pour it back into the ocean. Some of these Mexicans have crossed the border many times this year, have ridden the train back a half dozen times, but many are never caught. Some make it to San Francisco, Chicago, and even New York. Statistics have indicated that when the traffic in wets is high, the supply of dope in our
when the traffic of wet is high, the supply of dope in our
big cities increases proportionately. It's a wide open border, and the FBI knows those who violate it are not all wetbacks.
Shut up. You see this? Wetbags, Eisenhower. Every time you hear Eisenhower, you should remember it's Operation Wetback, dummy. Do you guys understand how offensive that is? The wets. The Mexican wets. Los mojados, güey. Like, wetbacks is espalda mojada. This is the wets. Mojados. That's what it means. It's, well, somebody shared this earlier. Appreciate you. In case you guys don't know, This just in, June 30th, 2024. 7 shot, including 4 kids, by elderly neighbor who had told them to go back to where they come from.
Another adult victim had in
y'all care.
Total, we have now identified 7 victims. 6 were transported from the scene by ambulance to Crete Area Medical Center. The 7th patient realized he had been injured later in the evening and was treated and released that night. Another adult victim had already been treated and released. 3 of the victims remain hospitalized at this time, 1 at Bryan Health in Lincoln and 2 at Children's Hospital in Omaha. Out of respect for the family's request for privacy, we will not be identifying the victims. I can say that 3 of the victims are adults, ranging in ages from 22 to 43. 4 of the victims are children.
It says 7 people, including 4 children, all whom are believed to be Hispanic, were shot by a Nebraska white man, who had previously told them to go back to where they came from and to speak English. Billy Booth, 74 years old, bro, fired shots at his neighbors from inside his Crete home just before 7 p.m. Friday, before fatally turning the gun on himself. What a fucking coward. Excuse my language. Remember what the native sister said initially? Remember she said, what kind of species are you? There were about 15 people inside and outside the home, though most of the victims were outside when they were shot. 3 of the victims were adults between the ages of 22 to 43, while the 4 were children ranging from 3 to 10. This is a video I want to show y'all because apparently that, that report said that the report said that the people were supposedly I guess in between paperwork, and that it made it seem like they were technically illegal, but it's more about like the way you went about it. No, that's not true. We're gonna find out right now. And it's 19 minutes, so hey, stick around, man. This is kind of one of those classes where I want to take my time and show you guys what I found. But anyways, this is for those who care, because not many people do, family. You'll be surprised. A lot of talk, less action, and hardly any discerning abilities. That is not a leader. You should really watch who you're listening to, especially when they don't know anything about the Bible. Let's go.
Trump is slated to give his first presidential address to Congress today. Democratic lawmakers have begun giving their tickets away to immigrants as a protest against Trump's push to increase deportations and to block residents from some Muslim-majority countries from entering the United States. Last week, White House Press Secretary Sean Spicer said Trump wants to, quote, take the shackles off of the nation's immigration agents.
The president wanted to take the shackles off individuals in these agencies and say, you have a mission. There are laws that need to be followed. You should do your mission and follow the law.
Last Thursday, President Trump called his deportation plans a military operation during a meeting with manufacturing CEOs.
You see what's happening at the border. All of a sudden, for the first time, we're getting gang members out. We're getting drug lords out. We're getting really bad dudes out of this country, and at a rate that nobody's ever seen before. And they're the bad ones. And it's a military operation because what has been allowed to come into our country, when you see gang violence that you've read about like never before and all of the things, much of that is people that are here illegally. And they're rough and they're tough, but they're not tough like our people. So we're getting them out.
Well, this is not the first time people of Mexican descent have been demonized, accused of stealing jobs, and forced to leave the country. During the Great Depression of the
Make that very clear. They don't target Puerto Ricans. They don't target Cubans. They don't target Africans. They don't target Europeans or Asians. They don't target technically other national. They don't target Brazilians or Argentinians. No, they target Mexicans. Mexicans. Make sure that you understand that. Let's go.
30s, more than 1 million people residing in the United States were deported to Mexico. So some estimate as much as 60% of them were U.S. citizens of Mexican descent.
In 2003, then California State Senator Joe Dunn held hearings in Sacramento where survivors gave testimony about what happened to them during the forced expulsions, which the government called repatriations. This is Senator Dunn stressing the importance of the hearing.
The idea from which this nation was born was the promise to all of liberty and justice. Today we examine a tragic part of American history where we betrayed the justice part of that promise. And a betrayal that affected a staggering number of individuals. By some estimates, almost 2 million individuals were deported from the United States in the 1930s. Some estimate that almost 60% of those that were deported were United States individuals were deported from the United States in the 1930s. Some estimate that almost 60% of those that were deported were United States citizens.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that? I invite you to read a book called The Harvest of Empire, by a history of Latinos in America by Juan Gonzalez. It's an excellent book. It'll go deep into actual colonization, government, bureaucracy, capitalistic exercises on how they also use that, policies to govern in order to murder. I'll just say it like that. But here we see 60%, more probably likely, more than 60% were born in this land. And they were deported. But the stupid ass, commercial of it, I'm sorry, the news person's like, oh, well, they weren't really ready to provide their paperwork. We're going to hear some real stuff about this, man. But let's go.
And they were deported for but one reason. They just happened to be of Mexican descent.
The state of California went on to issue a formal apology for its role in the expulsions and built a memorial in downtown Los Angeles to commemorate the victims. But many fear that history is now on the verge or repeating itself already. For more, we're going to Los Angeles, California, where we're joined by the preeminent scholar on this often overlooked chapter of American history, Francisco Valderrama, professor of American history and Chicano studies at California State University, Los Angeles. He's the co-author of the book, Decade of Betrayal, Mexican Repatriation in the 1930s. Professor Valderrama, thank you so much for joining us. I think for many, especially young people, but I'm sure many more, do not know this chapter of American history. Can you lay it out for us, what actually happened?
You're right that it's largely not known, and that's in the larger American society, the Mexican nation, as well as in the Mexican community itself. That this occurred during the Great Depression, a period of vast unemployment and underemployment, that at least over 1 million. Joe Dunn thinks in terms of maybe almost 2 million individuals, Mexican nationals and American citizens of Mexican descent were swept up and expelled out of this country. And it covered the entire United States, from Alabama and Mississippi to Alaska, from Los Angeles to New York. This mass expulsion occurred. And of a population that included Mexican nationals, many of them that had lived in this country 20, 30 years. But increasingly important is the 60% or more of American citizens of Mexican descent. In other words, what occurred here was unconstitutional deportation.
Well, Professor Valderrama, I'm wondering if you could talk also about the role of the press at that time in stirring up anti-immigrant.
And we all know who owned the press at this time. Yes, Sephardic and Khazar Jews. Both of you dirty bastards. Let's go.
Because this began during the Hoover administration and then moved on into the Roosevelt administration. What was the role of the press as well?
Well, the role of the press is significant, but it is also reflecting the larger American society at this time as well. The key notion that the press puts forward is that a Mexican is a Mexican. There is no distinction in terms of residence in this country. As I mentioned earlier, many of them had lived in this country 20, 25 years. Most of them were documented. Most of them had papers. And that their children that were born in this country were U.S. citizens. No distinctions made. And that is accepted in this society and serves as a way of looking at the population that even though they had contributed during better times to the economic prosperity of the United States, that now that's not recognized. They are the other, so to speak.
I want to turn to Ignacio Pina, who lived in rural Idaho when sheriffs came to his house and took everybody in custody in the summer of 1931. His parents had lived in the United States for some 25 years. He was about to enter first grade. We're taking this from a film called A Forgotten Injustice. A now elderly Pina describes what happened that day.
My mother was cooking and hand-making flour tortillas. I remember we were eating them with melted butter. Then all of a sudden they arrived. They pointed their guns at us. One officer was standing outside, the other one was inside, and they said, "Come on, let's go, come on." And my mother would ask, "Where?" "No questions, come on, out."
No questions, come on, out.
They took us to the fields where my father was working. They grabbed him too, and then they filled up the other car with Mexicans that were working there as well. In Pocatello, Idaho, they put us in jail. We were in jail for 6 or 7 days. I was 6 years old, and as a kid I could not understand why we were in jail if we were not criminals. My father was in one cell and my mother was in another, one with me, my 3 sisters, and my 2 brothers. But I could not understand why. Even when we were in the train on our way to El Paso, Texas, I wondered, where is this train going? What's going to happen with us? There were about 5 cars with lots of Mexicans, lots of families. We were so young, but I remember looking around at the people. They looked so sad. Because many were suffering the same things we were facing. They were kicked out too. They did it so we couldn't come back, even the ones that were born here like us. They didn't let us take anything with us, not even our birth certificates.
Not even our birth certificates. That was Ignacio Pina. Professor Balderrama, you knew Ignacio Pina. Can you tell us more about this story and how typical it was?
Well, Mr. Pina called me after we had the hearings in Sacramento. We conducted extensive interviews, and getting to meet his family, his son shared with me that he no longer has the nightmares that this man was experiencing well into his 80s because he was able to share his story with us. Mr. Pina, who was recently deceased, became an activist in regards of the Apology Act and the erection of the memorial here in Los Angeles. And I think it shows that an individual that suffered with this throughout his life, that even had nightmares as a senior citizen about that, became an activist and shared that story multiple times to the press, to the television, on, with the conviction that, as many of the other survivors, that this not happen to anybody else. When he said that, and the other survivors, not to happen to anybody else, he just doesn't mean people of Mexican descent or Latino descent. Rather, what he's saying is anybody else, and especially those that are American citizens. It shouldn't happen. We should not have unconstitutional deportation.
And Professor Balderrama, you've specialized in the mass deportations of the 1930s, but that was not the last of these deportations, right? In the 1950s, there was Operation Wetback under the Eisenhower administration. And of course, during the Bush years and into the Obama years, there were the mass deportations that occurred. It seems every time there is an economic crisis in the United States, the first reflex is to start mass deportations of the other as the society begins to declare them.
Exactly, Juan. You're right on target with that we do have these cycles. What behooves American society to understand is that this early period that I've studied, the early 20th century, and the Great Depression, which is the most severe economic crisis of the 20th and the 21st century, is the fact that at that time develops this ideology, this set of beliefs, this way of thinking of the Mexican Latino population, that somehow they're not part of our society, that they are, many of them are criminals, many of them are here to be on welfare, that somehow, some way they cannot become part of our society. And I think what is especially important to keep in mind for your listeners is that as we experience the nightmare of today, the crisis of today, which is different, that same ideology, that same way of thinking is still in action today.
I wanted to go, Professor Balderrama, to your late co-author, Raymond Rodriguez. This is Rodriguez speaking at the 2003 Select Committee on Citizen Participation at the California State Senate.
My dad left in 1936. When I was 10, I never saw my dad again. How is anybody going to compensate me for that loss?
That was Raymond Rodriguez, your co-author. Can you tell us about him and his family's experience, and also why just Mexicans? Was it only Mexicans?
Well,
because 60% of them perhaps were American.
Not only my colleague. Raymond Rodriguez was a very, very dear friend. We spoke with one voice when we wrote Decade of Betrayal, and in countless venues we spoke with one voice in terms of this particular issue. I had known Ray for some 20 years at the time that we completed the first edition of Decade of Betrayal, and at that moment, I learned that his father had been a repatriate. At that moment, when the book was finished and we were submitting it to the publisher, I knew they had grown up with a single parent, with a mother only, but I didn't know what had happened to his father. So in a lot of ways, my co-author, my treasured friend, his work together, his scholarship, as well as his activism, was trying to uncover that history, his own family history. And we see that thread among others as well. Many other individuals who, in understanding this issue, from reading Decade of Betrayal, from hearing your radio program, from looking at this and understanding this, have developed a larger understanding. What we have seen happen is that this private history has now become a public history. And many people, as they deal with this trying to become a public history, that even though Ray, in the excerpt that you just played, was the very first time that publicly he announced that his father had been a repatriate. That what had happened had divided his family. His mother and his siblings stayed here in the United States, and his father returned to Mexico, and he never saw his father again.
Well, and Professor Balderrama, this whole issue of repatriation, the United States government labeled it repatriation because it claimed that the people were voluntarily agreeing to go back to their home country. But as you know, as you've reported, and as happens right here in the United States now, people are picked up, locked up, and then told if you don't want to stay locked up, then you agree to be to self-deport, to in essence leave the country and go back to your home country. So it's really a choice of staying in jail or having a chance possibly to come back legally at some other time.
Juan, you're right about that, but looking at it in the context of the 1930s, is that repatriation was a cover-up word. Because at that time, which marks the 30s different than today, is that the big source of this expulsion is on the local level. It's in the cities and counties that took upon themselves to say to their communities, there's enough jobs for real Americans if we can get rid of these other people. So LA County and other counties throughout the nation then pressured Mexican families to leave, even though Mexicans, for my research, never were a large percentage of those that were on welfare. But it played to the notion or the idea that Mexicans were on welfare. Here in LA County, they began to call their actions deportation. And the legal counsel says, no, you can't do that. Only the federal government can do that. And that's where the word repatriation is born, so to speak, to be used in that context to cover it up, to make it look clean, make it look like it's voluntary. But at the same time, you have public raids. At the same time, you have the press talking about unwanted Mexican Americans. All of these actions are very coercive.
Finally, Professor Balderrama, your response to what's happening today and the parallels that you see and the ways you can see avoiding history repeating itself.
Well, obviously, this is a nightmare. Obviously, the legacy of this is in the Mexican community. Even before this happened, I know many senior citizens who would carry around their papers, their documentation, whatever they had, in fear that they might get caught up in a sweep. Now, obviously, those same feelings are being reported daily in the press about people staying home, people even fearful to go out and buy groceries. So that has returned. But what I think marks the difference between the past and today is the simple fact is that we have in the Mexican community different groups, the Mexican American Legal Defense Fund and Education Fund, MALDEF, other groups and more importantly, the different cross-ethnic, progressive groups together, whether they be Japanese American, whether they be Jewish American.
Yeah. Hey, what up, VTC? Yeah, no, it's when you start blending all that stuff again, and then it gets really confusing. And what I call you, it's true, bro. I'm glad you noticed it because technically that was the point. You know what I'm saying? 2 Kings 17:24, and the king of Assyria brought men from Babylon and from Kuthath and from Abba and from Hamath and from Sepharvaim and replaced them in the cities of Samaria instead of the children of Israel. And they possessed Samaria and dwelt in the cities thereof. Right? We saw that. And then from the Conscious Dictionary of Ancient History, it says that the Samaritans were being replaced and that the new people that were being brought into Samaria were calling themselves now Samaritans, and now they were supposedly believing in the Most High, but with their interpretation of the Bible. We see this once again. So as we're being replaced, what's going on? There's a huge migration, a huge conversion of white people. This is a story they don't want you to know. See, in this channel, we tell stories. We tell stories. We don't sell stories. I'm sorry, we tell facts. We don't sell stories. Let's go.
This is a state-by-state look at how immigration to America has changed over time. In 1850, the vast majority of newcomers were from Ireland and Germany. In the 1860s, the labor shortages during the Civil War created strong demand for immigrant labor. 1870 saw Mexico become the top country of origin in much of the Southwest, while British immigrants preferred the Rocky Mountain territories. The 1880 census showed that the Chinese were coming in large numbers. Many took dangerous jobs in the mines or on railroad building crews. For the next century, immigrants from Canada crossing the southern border would be the largest group settling in many of the northernmost American states. In 1882, the Chinese Exclusion Act blocked the arrival of large numbers of Asian immigrants for much of the next century. Unfortunately, the overall microdata for the 1890 census were destroyed in a 1921 fire at the Department of Commerce.
How convenient.
So fast forward to 1900, the turn of the century, when the territorial boundaries of the continental United States are settled. For the first time, Norwegians, Swedes, and Italians were the largest groups coming to the states of South Dakota, Minnesota, and Louisiana, respectively. 1910 shows us how quickly things can change, with large numbers of Russians and Italians arriving. The only state where Ireland was the top country of origin was tiny Delaware. With the American population exceeding 100 million in the 1920 census, there were equal numbers of German, Italian, and Russian-born immigrants.
So you see this is the important part. Germans, Italians, Russians, Poland, Canadians. Total population 105.7 million. Total foreign born 13.9%. Foreign born. Now we see at this time a lot of our repatriation, and as we can continue to, I mean, if we go back from the beginning, we already know when the thievery started right here. Well, 1492, but anyways, point being it, we start seeing the slow progression of migration, right? Exclusion, just like we read before in the ancient history. Bringing other people from other places, replacing them with the natives of that land. Let's continue.
Many had fled Europe to escape the horrors of World War I. By 1930, the Industrial Revolution was in full swing and the country was growing rapidly from within, so the percentage of foreign-born fell. And for the first time since 1850, Mexico was the dominant country of origin for new arrivals to California. By 1940, the quotas and other congressional measures passed in the previous decade to restrict immigration sharply cut the foreign-born population to below 9%. 1950 saw the effects of the repeal of the Chinese Exclusion Act, as Chinese immigrants were.
So we get closer, and then now we see 1950. So as you can, if we continue, you're gonna pretty much get an idea. I don't want to waste too much time on that. All right. So now let me show you this real quick. Again, I'm kind of progressing, and in case you guys don't know, like I told you, my son's tended to right now. I'm going to go as much as I can. And if I got to go, I may have to go. All right, just letting y'all know. But let's continue. He's pretty mad. All right, so we're going to see. Let's see what we got. You know what? It's kind of like redundant at this point. Let me give you this right here. Now, I showed you this religion part before, but I do have this page, and I kind of don't want to let it go by. Check it. So from 1850 to 1877, right? Kind of get an idea. We have religion overview, common bonds and individualisms. Americans in the mid-19th century had a profound sense of religious freedom. According to the First Amendment to the Constitution, Congress could make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, which is why I don't understand why Republicans are demanding it now. You're going against your federalist concept. It's pretty stupid. But anyways, Protestantism, 1850. Christology, some concept of that. Predestination, mid-19th century. The millennium, liberal evangelicals, philosophic inquiries, spiritualism, denominationalism, diversity through expansion. It's weird. Never heard of that one. Look, the frontier also influenced American religious history. The purchase of the Louisiana Territory, 1803, and the lands obtained from Mexico, 1848, added many Native American faith as well as French and Spanish Catholics to the religious population of the U.S. How convenient. Diversity through immigration to migration, the Lutheran experience, the Lutheran spirit, divisiveness. As you can see, they came with a so-called religion, and they did just splice to about 1,000 of them. Why should you give them the right to tell you who you are or what the book says? They can't even make up their own minds. Like, I mean, come on. Like, what's so confusing? Now, one thing I do know, and one thing for a fact that I can relate to these actions of Assyria or Babylon, of taking people out and bringing other people in, is because they believe that by doing so, they'll own those lands forever and ever. Again, you have to study your own book, because then you can actually see how they keep doing the same thing over and over again. Psalms 49:6, they that trust in their wealth and boast themselves in multitudes of their riches, manifest destiny. Isn't that what they say? None of them can by any means redeem his brother, which technically we are, nor give to God a ransom for him. For the redemption of their soul, it's precious, and it sees it forever, that he should still live forever and not see corruption. Now it says, for he seeth that a wise man die, likewise a fool and the brutish person perish and leave their wealth to others. So they think that, my legacy is going to be forever. They're not thinking, hey, listen, I'm going to work hard, do something I can for my family, and when the time comes for everybody. No, they're not thinking that. They're not at all. Their thoughts are this. Their inward thought is that their houses shall continue forever, and their dwelling places to all generations. So then they call their lands after their own names. America Vespucci, America, Philadelphia. Like you got cities here that are similar to Europe's name, European city names. You know what I'm saying? It's very clear what these guys had in their consciousness. And that's why when you deal with...
This is Democracy Now!
Excuse me, sorry. You deal with manifest destiny or Monroe Doctrine. I'm not going to take too long on this one. I'll just give you guys like 2-3 minutes of it. I want you to understand. Ready? Let's go.
War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. This year marks 200 years since the United States effectively declared all of Latin America and the Caribbean within its sphere of influence. On December 2nd, 1823, President James Monroe outlined what became known as the Monroe Doctrine. He warned other nations to stay out of the Americas, saying, quote, "We should consider any attempt on their part to extend their system to any portion of this hemisphere as dangerous to our peace and safety," unquote. Over the past 200 years, the Monroe Doctrine has been repeatedly used to justify scores of safety.
Now, remember, family, if you've been following this class or this channel, I did a class on the Freemasons that were in power at this time, that were commissioners or representatives of the Anglos, and that they were in cahoots with the Freemason lodges that were being opened in Mexico around this time, 1810, 1818, 1822, 1824, 1827. We read that. So do not be fooled by these things. This is why it's important to know your history. So then when you read this stuff, you're like, I know why now. Because if you don't know, then you just don't know. And now you really sound stupid. Now you really look stupid. You can get some dumbass gringo over here telling you, oh, I'm better than you because we did this and that. And you're like, no, you guys are a fucking bunch of liars. You're very deceiving. And now that we know the Bible, I already know what to expect from you. So now what do you got to do? Learn your history and empower your family. Let's go.
Unquote. Over the past 200 years, the Monroe Doctrine has been repeatedly used to justify scores of invasions, interventions, and CIA regime changes in the Americas. This is Vermont's independent Senator Bernie Sanders talking about the Monroe Doctrine last year, shortly before Russia invaded Ukraine.
Mr. President, Vladimir Putin may be a liar and a demagogue, but it is hypocritical for the United States to insist that we, as a nation, do not accept the principle of spheres of influence. For the last 200 years, our country has operated under the Monroe Doctrine, embracing the principle that as the dominant power in the Western Hemisphere, the United States has the right, according to the United States, to intervene against any country that might threaten our alleged interests. That's United States policy. And under this doctrine, the United States has undermined and overthrown at least a dozen countries throughout Latin America, Central America, and the Caribbean.
That was...
All right, so this is going to blow your mind what I'm going to show you. I think it will. I think it will. You know what I'm saying? I usually say that. It blows my mind, shit, because I actually read this stuff, you know what I mean? And I take it to heart. I mean, I don't take it to heart. Like, I don't get emotional about it. But I mean, it's like I really absorb this stuff. You know what I'm saying? So he said that they use that law to take advantage of specific or particular things, right? Okay. I had wondered about why in the world was there a coup d'etat attempt in Bolivia. I don't know if you guys heard about this, but about 2 weeks ago, there was one. There was an attempt, a week ago, something like that. And I'm like, they must own something. So let me show you this. And I'm going to show you why.
Running a success.
That it amazes me how the Anglo of this land and the African with the American experience, they don't realize that you've been absorbing the resources of other nations. And the way that you made your economy a very powerful capitalistic economy, the way that it was done is by coercion, submission, oppression, and deception. And I'm going to show you one way. I wonder, like, why would there be a coup d'etat in Bolivia? Like Bolivia, I'm like, dude, y'all are next to Peru and shit, right? Well, you're going to know why. You're going to find out why. Check this out. Let me let it play. Let me let it kind of go into this little avoiding the commercial. Okay, here we go. All right, listen in. This is, I'm going to show you. Let's listen to this part real quick. Let's go.
La tanqueta está volviendo nuevamente, está empujando. Acaba de chocar con
Plaza Murillo haciendo este reclamo, esta protesta.
Necesitamos que el pueblo boliviano se organice y se movilice en contra del golpe de Estado, en favor de la democracia. No podemos permitir que una vez más intentonas golpistas se lleven vidas bolivianas.
Here in the center of Africa.
El ejército no le falta cojones para velar por el mañana de nuestros niños, por el futuro de nuestros niños, por el bienestar y el progreso de nuestro pueblo.
El presidente Arce está ahí, hablando con el general Zúñiga.
Muchas gracias. En este momento estamos presenciando. ¡Fuera! ¡Fuera! ¡Último elemento de nuestra vida!
De más coraje para seguir resistiendo cualquier intentona golpista, porque Bolivia merece su democracia que se ha ganado en las calles y con sangre, hermanos.
El pueblo no se calla. Sí, metralla. El pueblo no se calla.
Well, some of you guys are probably bored because you don't like history, so you know it doesn't matter. I don't care. But this is the reason why. Here's the reason why. I'm gonna tell you why. Okay. Now we know that America passed a law not too long ago, maybe in the last 15, 20 years, of the demand of electric cars. Yeah. The demand of electric cars. Well, in case you don't know, Bolivia is the #1 provider of lithium. #1 in the world. Now you follow?
President Obama visited an area with one of the country's highest unemployment rates today to announce a major investment in clean energy cars. Speaking in Elkhart County, Indiana, he unveiled $2.4 billion in grants from the stimulus package, money to create advanced batteries and electric vehicles, and tens of thousands of jobs. Far from Indiana, there are huge reserves of the main ingredient needed to power that next generation of batteries. So ABC's Jeffrey Kaufman traveled to Bolivia for tonight's Closer Look.
Under this vast sea of blinding white, the largest salt flats in the world may be the key to a greener planet. Right now, the only people you find on the remote Uyuni Flats are desperately poor salt gatherers. But there is something much more valuable here: lithium, more than half of the world's known reserves. You've heard of the new generation of electric cars that will soon be on the market? They will run on lithium batteries.
There's no way that's going to be supplied without accessing Bolivia's reserves. So Bolivia has the...
Whoa, whoa, whoa! He said it himself. Let's go back to this. This is, again, well, you know, I've said it so many times. I don't have to say it again. Just for you that are listening and studying, bro, and taking notes and really applying, man, you know, all glory to you. Because at least you're really trying to learn this book. Man, I may have to go, though, man. Let's see how far I can go. Because, anyway, let's go.
Batteries.
There's no way that's going to be supplied without accessing Bolivia's reserves. So Bolivia has the potential to be the Saudi Arabia of lithium.
The lithium battery is far lighter, more durable, and holds a charge much longer than any other. They've figured out the science, but as the auto industry looks towards the electric car, the challenge is finding a supply, which is why the world is now looking here at the salt flats of Bolivia.
And so, in one of the most remote places on Earth, Bolivia has begun building what they hope will ultimately be the largest lithium extraction plant in the world.
It's like a lake. A lake under the salt.
Belgian scientist Guillermo Rolens is technical advisor to the Bolivian government.
Where do you actually find the lithium in here? Is it in this salt crust here?
No, not at all. This is just salt, like table salt. The lithium is in the brine, in this
water here?
In this water. This water is saturated in different salts, and one of them is lithium.
Extracting the lithium is remarkably simple. Build huge evaporation ponds and let the hot sun separate the lithium from the salts. It could bring riches to Bolivia, but they have heard that here before with silver, gas, oil. Yet this remains the poorest country in South America. It's different this time, says the plant manager. These profits will stay in the country.
See, they say that because not once have they ever profited. So now you know why that coup d'etat was attempted. You know what I'm saying? Hey, look, I don't think I'm gonna be able to continue because as you guys know what's going on. Well, you brothers that know what's going on. Now, let me play this so you can get an idea. I'm gonna continue with the other part of it. It'll be part 2 regarding IDUMEA, because I do have a lot of material on IDUMEA. All right. Anyways, let's go.
There's a weapon that powerful countries use to get rid of leaders they don't like, leaders from other countries. It's called a coup. It's a French word that means a punch or a blow, because it kind of means coming in and forcibly punching out a government from power. No elections, no process, just power being seized. Just someone being pushed out and someone being put in. Coups happen in so many different ways, but I want to show you how the coup has been used by the United States of America as a tool to get what they want on the world stage. So let me walk you through some of the major US-led coups over the years to show you that while it sometimes seems like we live in a world full of order and rules, the reality is that the most powerful countries will often get their way by whatever means necessary. Okay, so here's how I'm defining the US-led coups that I'm going to put on our list here. Number 1, they were successful. There's a lot of failed coup attempts. We're leaving those out. Number 2, there must be at least one US government official involved in the coup. And number 3, we need concrete evidence that the US was actually involved, not just speculation. While the US has been involved in tons of regime change efforts around the world, we landed on a much shorter list. These are the coups that I think best exemplify how this tool has been used for
how there was not a coup here before.
World, we landed on a much shorter list. These are the coups
right here. You see how there wasn't a coup in Bolivia because they didn't know that there was lithium there at that time. And you're right, there is lithium in Bolivia. The most lithium in Bolivia. So that's why you need to understand why the coup d'etat tried to happen in Bolivia. Like, where the hell would it happen in Bolivia? Because of the lithium. They passed a law that by 2050, they have to all be electric cars. So whether it's Mexico or Bolivia, listen, family, if you're watching this channel, you should know that I connect history with politics and the Bible. Maybe you haven't noticed, but that's what I do. Let's continue.
That I think best exemplify how this tool has been used for international power over the years. Let's start here.
If you've ever dreamed of...
So we got a glimpse of the coup. The coup. Okay. Now let me... I'm trying to determine this, man. You know what? I'll get into it. I just don't want to start if I'm going to have to leave. All right, so brothers, let me give you an update for you that have prayed for our family. Thank you very much. My son's surgery will be scheduled for Wednesday. We do have to visit tomorrow the clinic. I'm trying to get an update if they're going to get home now. All right, you know what? I think I can continue. All right, let's get it, man. Let's get it. Okay, so now we understand how a certain nation came, took Samaritans, replaced them with other people. Okay, right? Okay, we know that. Now, let's get into this real quick. What is the point of the class? Technically, it was it was this right here. Forged World of IDUMEA and the Khazars. I'm going to show you guys who these IDUMEans are and how they got involved and where are they in the Bible and how can you find them yourself. Okay. Well, let's go first of all to Daniel chapter 7, verse 1. And it says, in the first year of Belshazzar, king of Babylon, Daniel had a dream and visions of his head upon his bed. Then he wrote the dream and told the sums of the matters. Daniel spake and said, I saw in my vision by night, and behold, the four winds of heaven strove upon the great sea, and four great beasts came upon the sea, diverse one from another. And the first was like a lion, and had eagle's wings. I beheld till the wings thereof were plucked, and it was lifted up from the earth, and it made stand upon the feet as a man, and a man's heart was given to it. So here, in case you don't know, that's Assyria. I don't know if you've seen these movies where you have the designs of Assyria or Babylon, and they have a design of an eagle with a person. Kind of like that, you know what I'm saying? Anyways, then it says, verse 5, and I beheld another beast, a second, like to a bear. This is the important part. And it raised up itself on one side, and it had 3 ribs in the mouth of it, between the teeth of it. And they said thus, and they said thus unto it, arise, devour much flesh. So this right here is Persia. Now, these 3 ribs, you're talking about the north, the south, and the east, so to speak. Asia Minor, Egypt, part of Ethiopia, as well as all Persia, all that land, Arab land, all of that land, a little bit closer to India. All right. So remember this. After this, I beheld, and lo, another like a leopard, which had upon the back of it 4 wings of fowl. So a leopard, and he had 4 wings. This is allegory. And the beast had also 4 heads, and the dominion was given to it. So here we are talking about, in case you don't know. Well, matter of fact, let's just read it. I'll give you more detail as we continue further, okay? Matter of fact, yeah, let's move on to it. Let's go. Daniel 8. So let's go to it. Let's get some detail now, okay? So in chapter 7, you're getting an idea of like a general idea of 4 kings, or four kingdoms, so to speak, or 4 visions. In Daniel 8, he's going to break it down. And in the 3rd year of the reign of King Belshazzar, a vision appeared unto me, even unto me, Daniel, after that which appeared unto me at first. And I saw in a vision, and it came to pass when I saw that it was at Shushan, in a place which is in the province of Elam, and I saw in a vision, and I was by the river of Ulia. Then I lifted up my eyes and saw, and behold, there stood before a river a ram, which had 2 horns. Okay? A ram which had 2 horns. And the 2 horns were high, but one was higher than the other, and the higher came up last. Okay, so here, in case you don't know, it's talking about Persia Mede. Persia is the higher one than Mede. You understand now? So Persia is the ram with 2 horns, 2 nations or 2 powers, 2 kingdoms kind of working together, one more powerful than the other. Okay? Keep that in mind. Then it says, and I saw the ram pushing westward and northward and southward, so that no beast might stand before him, neither was there any that could deliver out of his hand, but he did according to his will and became great. So here, let me show you some pictures so then you can see what we're talking about. Let's see. Where are you? We'll go to the kingdom of let's go to here. Okay. So this is the kingdom of Babylon, the gold. Okay. Remember that. I don't want to touch too much on that. I just want to move on. This is the kingdom of Persia Mede. Okay. What the hell? The kingdom of Persia Mede. He said what? He said, I'll read it from the top. Then I lifted up my eyes and saw, and behold, there stood before the river a ram, which had 2 horns, and 2 horns were high, but one was higher than the other, and the higher came up last. I saw the ram pushing westward, northward, and southward. See this? Westward, northward, and southward. You follow? Okay? It says, but he did according to his will and became great. King Cyrus. And as I was considering, behold, an he-goat. Don't forget this he-goat. I'm going to show you something kind of trippy at the end. Thank you, AWBR. Come from the, I had to kind of like, because I'm not good with acronyms. And the he-goat came from the west of the face of the whole earth. From the west. Remember the west? Okay. So then now we're talking about Okay, damn it. Greece. The he-goat is Alexander the Great. And I was considering, behold, and a he-goat came from the west on the face of the whole earth and touched not the ground, meaning like nothing stopped him. He was like just flying right through other nations, bro, just destroying them. And the goat had a notable horn between his eyes. So I'm sorry. So the he-goat is the nation. The horn is Alexander the Great. You understand that? The he-goat came from the west, the nation, Greece, and the goat had a notable horn between his eyes. That was the Alexander dude, the alphabet guy. And he came to the ram that had two horns. So then he, Greece came against Persia, which I had seen standing before the river, and ran onto him with the fury of his power. He just walked right over him. Verse 7. And I saw him close under the and I saw him come close unto the ram, and he was moved with choler against him with great power, meaning, and smote the ram. He destroyed Persia Mede, break his two horns, Persia Mede basically, and there was no power in the ram to stand before him, but he was cast him down to the ground and stamped upon him, and there was none that could deliver the ram out of his hand. Now this wasn't King Cyrus, by the way. This was, I believe, Darius. Now, check this out. Therefore, the he-goat waxed very great. And when he was strong, the great horn was broken. Here is where we see the Alexander the Great's kingdom fall apart. For it came up four notable ones towards the four winds of heaven. So now, how do we confirm that? How do we know that this is actually legitimate? Okay, so in case you guys are following, remember, keep in mind that here, I'm going to name them, okay? These are four kings that came out of Alexander the Great. Cassander, Lysimachus, Ptolemy, and Seleucid. So let's look at them. Matter of fact, let's tackle it now. Here, I did it for y'all. Here it goes right here. Hold on a second. Where you at? Here it goes right here. So let's do Cassander first. Oh yeah, that's right. It always does it. You turn it around. So again, this is from the Conscience Dictionary of Ancient History. Cassander, remember this, the son of Antipater. Now I'm reading this to y'all because this is important. You need to know where this happened. Remember, in 2 Kings, they take people from our land and replace us with other people. So now we're seeing that Alexander ended up ruling that area. So now look what's happening. Cassander, son of Antipater, remember that name, whose dying father appointed Polyspectron regent, leaving a son with only secondary dignity of Clearch. Cassander made war with Polyspectrum, conforming an alliance with Ptolemy and Antagonist. Later, he joined Seleucus. I can't say that. Seleucus, whatever. Ptolemy and Lysimachus in their war against Antagonist, which was on the whole unfavorable to Cassander. In 306, he styled himself king. In 301 BC, the Battle of Ypres put Cassander into possession. Here, what I'm just going to do is I'm going to name these guys, okay, so you don't get confused. So we got Cassander, okay, one of the four. Okay, remember that. Where you at? Cassander, then we have this is the other one. Lysimachus, one of Alexander's generals. Okay. Then we have Ptolemy. Okay. He's one guy. And here's the other one. Oh, sorry, my bad. Ptolemy, name of several kings of Egypt. Ptolemy I Soter was the favorite general of Alexander. You see that? And then the last one, this guy. Write these names down and put these notes in your Bible. Seleucid, name of Macedonian dynasty. Okay. So let me show you guys the map on how it's broken down. Bro, I just had the map right now. Let's see real quick. Gotta take our time with this family. If you don't know, you won't understand. That's why these Christians always want to say the Bible's for everybody. They don't realize what occurred at all. They don't even put mind to it. Anyway, so we got those four. Matter of fact, I'll look for the map later. It's gonna come through. Trust me. I put it in the notes. Okay. So we got that right there. All right. So now let's go to First Maccabees 1:1. So now we're talking about this he-goat. Okay. Okay. Remember, First Maccabees 1:1, and this is how we can prove that the Apocrypha is not that off. I think every book has discrepancies after transliterations and translations, but you have to be confirming at a constant level so you can understand exactly what's going on. In the Afghan wars, the U.S. made it illegal for the government to burn down the poppy fields because Afghanistan is the largest. Damn, for real? I didn't know that, bro. All right, so check this out. Remember, Daniel 8, verse 8. I'm sorry, Daniel 8, verse 8. We left off there. Remember, the he-goat, okay? Follow me. Here we go. First Maccabees 1:1. And it happened, make sure you precept your Bible, okay? Go to Daniel 8 and then precept your Bible with First Maccabees 1. At least do that so you can follow through. And it happened after that Alexander, son of Philip, the Macedonian, who came up out of the land of Chittim. So now let's check this out. There is history to this person. Alexander was not just some, random individual, man. Let's see. This is what he ruled. Okay. Hold on a second, family. Come on, bro. This is what he ruled. All right. So he comes from the west, goes to the east, Macedonia, takes Asia Minor, takes all of Persia, takes Egypt. Okay. So remember that. That's it's legitimate stuff. Okay. All right. So now we go to. Oh, sorry, my bad. Alexander 2. Here it goes. This is from the dictionary Bible, the Concordance Dictionary. No, sorry. The Zondervan Pictorial Bible Dictionary. Here's what it says about Alexander the Great, son of Philip, king of Macedon, or Olympus, right? Around 536 BC. Although not named in the Bible, he is described prophetically in Daniel, the he-goat from the west with a notable horn between his eyes. So this is not like uncommon. Like this is not like, oh my God, we don't. No. I'm not trying to be Mr. Oh yeah, I'm bringing up prophecy. No, this is this people. If you study the word, you'll know that this is in here. Okay, he's actually exclaiming how and what this guy was about. Okay, he is also important too. Let's see. To these people here. Look. This is from the Encyclopedia of Ancient Egypt. Alexander as a pharaoh. So he was, See, I find it interesting that he would reconstruct a particular city to the exact way that it looked. Alexander the Conqueror. So it's legit stuff. He's in here. Okay, so now let's go back. So it says here, hold on, let me get rid of this real quick. It says here, hold on, we got hey, native Israelite nation, what's up, bro? Shalom, man. And it happened after that Alexander, son of Philip, Maccabees 1:1, First Maccabees 1:1, that the Macedonian, who came out of the land of Chittim, has smitten Darius, the king of Persia and Mede. We just saw that the he-goat destroyed the ram, that he reigned in his stead the first over Greece, which was the Yeah, the he-goat. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Let me read it again. Let me not misinterpret what I'm reading. And it happened after Alexander, son of Philip, the Macedonian, who came out of the land of Chittim, had smitten Darius, king of Persia and Medes. This is the he-goat, and he is the horn between his eyes. And he reigned in a steed, the first over Greece, and many wars, and made many wars, and won many strongholds, and slew the kings of the earth. So we know that he went, like it said, he literally just, flew right through, so to speak, and went through the ends of the earth and took spoils of many nations, insomuch that the earth was quiet before him. Whereupon he was exalted, and his heart was lifted up. And he gathered a mighty strong host and ruled over the countries and nations and kings, who became tributaries unto him. And after this, he fell sick and perceived that he should die. In case you guys haven't seen the movie, Alexander the Great, he was a alphabet dude. So supposedly he dies of syphilis. I can't confirm it, but hey, he was definitely that. Wherefore he called his servants, such as were honorable, all the 4 generals, and brought up with him from his youth, because those generals worked with his father Philip, and parted his kingdom among them. Remember what we read in Daniel? Here, let me go back to Daniel so you don't forget. Remember to precept those things, because those are important. So let's go back to Daniel 8, and I believe it's on 7. No, actually, you know what? No. Let me go back. We're not there yet. So let's go to verse. Let's see. Yeah, verse 6. Wherefore, First Maccabees 1:6. Wherefore he called his servants, such as were honorable, and had been brought up with him from his youth, and parted his kingdom among them, while he was yet alive. So those are the 4 people I named: Cassander, Lysimachus, Ptolemy, Seleucid or Seleucid or whatever. Now, Cassander was the one that was in charge of Greece, Macedonia. Lysimachus was basically in charge of Asia Minor. Ptolemy was in Egypt. And Seleucid was Syria and parts of the east, close to India. So remember that. Now, so Alexander reigned 12 years and then died. Verse 7. And his servants bear rule over everyone in his place. Okay? And after his death, they all put crowns upon themselves. So did their sons after them many years, and evils were multiplied in the earth. Matter of fact, let me continue reading because I want to show something. They were multiplied in the earth, and his servants multiplied in the earth. Where you're at? To the death upon the sons. And it's verse 10. And there came up out of them a wicked brute, Antiochus, surnamed Epiphanes, the son of Antiochus or Antiochus the king, who had been a hostage at Rome, and he reigned in 130 and seventh year of the kingdom of the Greeks. So now we're going to talk a little bit about that. It's important to understand this guy here, because he's the one that really implements a lot of this. Like the other people that ruled, they didn't change the laws of, like they didn't say don't keep the laws of the Most High. They said, yeah, follow these laws, but they didn't really like monitor you as to like how strict you were. These guys are like, nah, don't follow that shit. You need to do what we do. That's the main difference. But here we see that 4 generals put crowns upon them. So now let's go back to Daniel so we can understand that. Okay, hopefully I'm not going too fast, but you guys got to study. Anyways, let's see. Plus, you can always go back to it. Then it says, therefore the he-goat, Daniel 8:8, therefore the he-goat waxed very great, and when he was strong, the great horn was broken, and for it came up 4 notable ones towards the 4 winds of heaven. And out of one of them came forth a little horn, that's Antiochus or Antiochus Epiphanes, which waxed exceeding great towards the south, towards the east, and towards the pleasant land. All right. And it was waxed great even to the host of heavens, and it cast down to some of the hosts and the stars. I don't need to read that. So here we see that this right here is Antiochus. So we're seeing history. Matter of fact, you know what? I don't want to forget this. I've shared this with you guys before. This is from. Give me a second. What do you want, dude? Okay. Diodorus Siculus. Come on, man. Come on. Stop. What's going on? What's going on here? All right. So I want to show you something. For real? Hold on, family. It's kind of acting funny. Okay. Alexander. So we see that here. This is from 1.31. You see Macedonians, period. For a while, some have closed their accounts with the deeds of Philip, others with those of Alexander. So he is historical. Several people have talked about him. And now the Bible is mentioning how he's part of this conquering of lands and, taking advantage of certain people. Right? So now let's continue to this little horn Epiphanes bastard. And we're going to confirm what he did. 2 Maccabees 4:7, and it says, but after the death of Seleucus, remember, one of the actual 4 generals, correct? When Antiochus or Antiochus called Epiphanes, took the kingdom. Jason, the brother of Anias, they were so-called Hebrews, labored underhand to be the high priest. Jason, not Onias, Jason was a wicked person, promising unto the king by intercession 360 talents of silver and another revenue 80 talents. See that? So he's a wicked dude right here. Of their own kind, of your own kind. We see that even to this day. Power can really change people. Verse 11, and the royal privilege granted of special favor to the Jews by the means of John, the father of Eupolemus, who went ambassador to Rome for enmity and aid. He took away, and putting down the governments, which were according to the law, he brought up new customs against the law. For he built gladly a place of exercise under the towers itself, and brought the chief young men under his subjugation, and made them wear a hat, following other customs. Now such was the height of the Greek fashion, because they're already in these lands, and increased the heathenish manners. Alphabets, just like what's going on right now. Same sex, pedo stuff, animalistic, using the same bathroom. You know what I mean? Like, through exceeding profaneness of Jason, that ungodly wretched, and no high priest, so he sneaked like, hey, give me the power now, and I'll give you money, man. Well, Antiochus Epiphanes, he don't give a damn. He said, yeah, sure. Then it says, let me see, should I continue? Yeah, let's continue. That the priest had no courage to serve any more at the altar, but despising the temples and neglecting the sacrifices, hastened to be partakers of an unlawful allowance in the place of exercise, after the game of discus called then forth, not setting by the honor of their fathers, but liking the glory of the Grecians best of all. So now we confirmed. Now you can continue the precept. Now you can go back to Daniel 8 and read verse 20. Watch what it says. The ram, which thou sawest, having 2 horns, are the kings of Media and Persia. And the rough coat is the king of Grecia. Grecia. And the great horn that is between his eyes is his first king, Alexander. And now that is being broken, wherefore stood up for it, 4 kingdoms shall stand up out of the nations, but not in his power. So those are the 4 kings that I mentioned: Cassander, Lysimachus, Ptolemy, and Seleucid. Just like Seleucid is the father of Antiochus Epiphanes, right? Now you can hopefully it starts making some sense, Remember, Cassander ruled Macedonia, Lysimachus was in Asia Minor, Ptolemy was in Egypt, and Seleucid or Seleucia, whatever you want to say his name, Syria and parts of East. Now, Ptolemy and Seleucid are kind of like two main characters that I want to point out. Okay? So now, let me show you the map. Because I'm going to give you a little bit of history as to who the king of the north and of the south is when you read the Bible in Daniel. So we see this here. Cassander, okay? Asia Minor, Lysimachus. Cassander had the smallest kingdom. The biggest kingdom was Seleucus, and then Ptolemy. The king of the south, the king of the north. Okay? Remember that. The king of the south and the king of the north. So let me just kind of read that real quick, so at least we can get it out the way and not get confused with anything else. All right, so here we see the king of the south and the king of the north. Also, in the first year of Darius the Mede, even I stood to confirm and strengthen him. And now I will show thee the truth. Behold, there shall stand up yet 3 kings in Persia, and the fourth shall be far richer than they all. And by his strength, through his riches, he shall steer up against the realms of Grecia. And then Darius, the last one. A mighty king shall stand up, that shall rule with great dominion and do according to his will. And when he hath stood up, his kingdom shall be broken and shall be divided towards the 4 winds of heaven. And not to this posterity, not to his posterity, meaning not that as great as he was, nor according to his dominion which he ruled. For his kingdom shall be plucked up, even for others besides those. Okay? So now, excuse me, let me continue. And the king of the south shall be strong, that's Ptolemy, and one of his princes, and he shall be strong above him and have dominion. His dominion shall be great dominion. And it says, and at the end of the years he shall join himself together. For the king's daughter of the south shall come to the kings of the north and make an agreement. But he shall not retain the power of the arm, neither shall he stand, nor his arms. But she shall be given up, and they that brought her, and he that begot her, and he that strengthened her in these times. So here we see that, yes, he's going to offer to join in marriage these other nations, right? But it's not going to work. So what he's talking about is this right here. Ptolemy has his, where you at? Ptolemy has, I believe, it's her? I know I wrote it down. Please don't tell me I didn't write it down, right? This is a pretty, this is a pretty detailed relationship we got going on here, okay? Give me a second here real quick. Okay. So Arsinoe, the daughter of Ptolemy, and Berenice, showing her 3 marriages to Lysimachus, her half-brother Ptolemy, Ceronius, and her full brother Ptolemy. So we know that Ptolemy tried to join forces with Lysimachus. It didn't work technically. If you get into the story of, here, let me see if I can get it. Let me see. Here it goes right here. I think this is this one. Let's see. Taken away at the time, Alexander took out Damascus, told him to prepare stronghold Lebanon to the Hellenistic sons. Jewish party depended, Eritrean collection, the rest of the where Ptolemy an effort to establish himself the king of Judea. Ptolemy died just as Parthians were invaded in Judea, succeeded by man, I think I might have missed my notes, family. Shit, man, this sucks. I don't like that. I don't like that because this is actually important to the class. Look, let me just show you this real quick. Let me just kind of get to it. Maybe I'll remember, okay? Because it's been a while. So it says here, the king of the south, this is Ptolemy, and the king of the north, they're going to be at war. Watch this. But out of a branch of her roots shall one stand up in his state, which shall come with an army, and shall enter into the fortress of the kings of the north, and shall deal against them, and shall prevail. And shall also carry captive into Egypt their gods with their princes and with their precious vessels of silver and gold, and he shall continue more years with the kingdom of the north. So the king of the south shall come into into his kingdoms, and shall return into his own land. So here we see, in regards to the relationship, in case you guys don't know, Ptolemy technically wanted to offer this other person, this other king, his wife, his daughter, so then he can kind of gain power. Her job was to basically, turn her back on the dad, but she ended up not doing it. It's a very extensive history. I wish I'm so kind of upset right now because I don't want to misinterpret this right here, because there's one particular note that I have that helps me connect this, because I don't just want to leave it like that. Hold on, let me see how it goes. Let's see. The king of swords and commanders is new stronger. Let me see. Let me read it in this translation and see if I can recall. Okay, family, my bad. It says here, same chapter, Daniel 11:4. After he has risen, his empire will be broken up and parceled out towards the four winds of heaven. We understand that. And the king of the south will become strong, but one of his commanders will become even stronger than he, and will rule his own kingdom with great power. That's Cassander. After some years, he will become an ally. The daughter of the king of the south will go to the king of the north to make an alliance, but she will not retain her power, and he and his power will not last. So that's when he married his daughter to Cassander. Cassander also lost in this whole, so-called agreement. And in those days, she'll be betrayed together with her royal escorts and her father and the one who supported her. So yes, she got betrayed. She got killed as well. One from her family line will rise to take her place. He will attack the forces of the king of the north. This is Ptolemy's son, and enter his fortress. He will fight against them and be victorious. He will also seize their goods, their metal images, their vulnerable articles of silver, gold, and carry them off into Egypt. For some years, he will leave the king of the north alone. But then Cassander's children, then the king of the north will invade the realm of the south, but will retreat in his own country. His sons will prepare for war and assemble a great army, which will sweep on like an irresistible flood and carry the battle as far as his fortress. So here we see that once Alexander the Great's kingdom breaks in pieces, now they start going to war. Okay, but these people here, Ptolemy and Cassander, specifically Cassander, you're going to see something real quick. Let me show you something. Let me get here out of this section. Let me go here. Before I move on to another part or another piece, I do want to share this, because in this book, you get to see how Greece is in power, but then at the same time, they're losing power to Rome. First Maccabees 8:11. And I was told, and I said, it was told him besides how they destroyed and brought under their dominion all other kingdoms and isles at any time they resisted them. But with their friends and such as relied upon them, they kept enmity, and that they had conquered kingdoms both far and nigh, in so much as they all heard of their name and were afraid of them. Also that whom they would help to a kingdom, those reign and whom again they displaced finally, that they were greatly exalted. Yet for all this, none of them wore a crown or were clothed in purple, but to be magnified thereby. So here we see the actual kingdom of Rome. Moreover, how they made for themselves a senate house, wherein 320 men sat in council daily, consulting always for the people, to the end that they might be well ordered, and that they committed their government to one man every year, like here in America, who ruled over all their country, and that all were obedient to that one man, like, Biden or Trump, and that there were neither envy nor emulation among them. So here we see now the transfer of power slowly, Greece to Rome. Okay, so it's important to understand that, because I got to show you this real quick. We have a gentleman here called, you probably never heard of this guy, John Hyrcanus. John Hyrcanus, around 175 BC, was a high priest, a ruler of the Jewish nation. He was of the Hasmonean kingdom. Okay? Keep that in mind. it says here, under his reign, the Hasmonean kingdom of Judea and ancient Palestine attained power and great posterity. And the Pharisees, a scholar sect, with popular backing, and the Sadducees, an aristocratic sect that compromised the priesthood, became well-defined religious parties. So Hyrcanus is basically from the Hasmonean dynasty. So here's what we start seeing. Now, remember, keep in mind that there's also conversions and proselyting at this time. Check this out. It says here in 135 BC, Hyrcanus' brother-in-law Ptolemy. You see that? Now you understand why you have to keep track of these names. Now you know what I'm talking about. Now Ptolemy, or whatever you want to say his name, now he's in here. Hey, what's up, brother? What's your topic question, man? What's your breakdown? Oh, well, I'm going to touch on it at the end. I'm glad you brought it up. Because, I mean, let's just continue. That's a good question, bro. Like, you're in the spirit, man. Shit. You know what I mean? Because that's in the class. I'm glad you said it. But remember, keep in mind, Hyrcanus, in 135, Hyrcanus' brother-in-law, Ptolemy, the governor of Jericho, assassinated Hyrcanus' father and two older brothers. You see this? So now, Hyrcanus, who is of the bloodline, I believe, he kind of partners up with Ptolemy, and Ptolemy ends up what? Killing his family. Hyrcanus then succeeds to the high priesthood and the supreme authority in Judea. The remainder of Hyrcanus' reign was marked by his efforts to punish his enemies, ward off Syrians, and enlarge Judea's boundaries. Although he struggled in vain to destroy Ptolemy, you see, he realized, oh shit, I should have never let him get married with my family. He successfully thwarted Syrian incursion by alliance with Rome and conquered the unfriendly neighboring territories of Samaria and Idumea, Edom. The Forge of Edom. The fake history that they created. He forced Idumea to convert to Judaism. You see this? No, John Hyrcanus, I don't know why the hell was wrong up. God knows why. Okay, but apparently he thought, hey, let me convert you, follow my laws. And then he's like, well, let me work with the Romans so then, I can gain my power. But then Romans said, well, I'd rather work with Idumea because they're more of me, not of you. Upon his death, Hyrcanus was succeeded by his eldest son, Aristobulus. First, Hyrcanus' reign was the last under which Judea was a powerful, united state. But here is the beginnings, several beginnings of a lot of different things. This man, for some reason, thought that he could trust. Remember the scriptures say, never trust thine enemy. For as iron rusted it, so is he. But apparently he thought it was cool. When his father Simeon Maccabees was assassinated in Jericho by his son-in-law Ptolemy. Wow. See this? So now we're starting to see why Alexander the Greek, he splits, 4 kings, Cassander, Lysimachus, then you have Seleucid, and then Ptolemy. And now Ptolemy is involved with this whole thing. So check this out. Forcibly converts the Edomites. Hyrcanus, who had been confirmed by the Romans in possession of the important seaport of Joppa, subjugated other Syrian towns such as Borea. He marched against the fort of Madaba, on the banks of Jordan, which had been hostile to the Hasmoneans, and conquered it after a 6-month siege. Okay, let me see if I can get away. He then proceeded against Samaritans who had always sided with the enemies of the Jews. He conquered Shechem. Let's see what else. Okay, here goes right here. After victoriously ending the war in Samaria, he proceeded to subdue the Edomites, always a menace to the southern parts of his dominion. Oh, you see this? Edomites were always a menace the southern parts of his dominion. Interesting, right? With funds which he is said to have obtained from David Soperker, he hired foreign troops, dismantled Adora and Marissa, the strong places of Edom, and forced the Edomites to accept their Jewish religion and submit to circumcision. This was the first instance of forcible conversion to Jewry history. In this, Hyrcanus allowed his zeal for the Jewish cause to lead him to take a step which later wrought harm. For to the Edomites belonged the family of the Herodians, who were to bring about the ruins of the Hasmodeans. See this now. Now we understand what's going on. So now we're seeing, wait a minute, a transfer of power by other people. Hasmodeans are basically these people: Mattathias, Simeon, Maccabees, Judas, Jonathan, Hyrcanus, the sons of them. This is where he's the F up right there. So, you know, again, who are these characters here? Let me show you something real quick. Let's go to page 1. This is Herod. This is from the Bible Dictionary, the Zondervan Pictorial Bible Dictionary. I have one from 1960 or 70, I think. It says, when Pompey organized the East in Beast at 62 BC, he appointed Hyrcanus, second of that name, to be the high priestly ruler of the ethnarchy comprising Galilee, Samaria, Judea, and Perea. One, remember, Antipater, an Idumean, was Hyrcanus' senior officer or advisor. Pompey arrangements were modified by Gabinius in 57 BC. By the reduction of Hyrcanus' authority and the division of the ethnarchy onto the autonomous communities, notable services rendered to Alexandria to Julius Caesar in 48 BC led to the restoration of Hyrcanus' authority and to the appointment of Antipater to the procuratorship of Judea. Antipater had in fact been the leading spirit in the policy which won Caesar's favor, and Antipater, which was an Idumean, used his advantage with his astuteness, which foreshadowed the career of his son. Antipater persuaded now aids Hyrcanus to appoint Phasael, Antipater's eldest son, to the prefecture of Jerusalem, and Herod, his second son, to the governorship of Galilee. When Antipater was murdered in 43 BC, his two sons succeeded his position in Hyrcanus' court. It was a year after Julius Caesar's assassination, and jubilant that Caesar's plan for a decisive campaign on the vulnerable eastern frontier of Rome was shelved. The Parthians and the perennial military problems of the Northeast were restive. It says, in 40 BC, they penetrated Palestine, carried off Hyrcanus, drove Phasael, also a captive, to a death of suicide. Herod eluded both military action and Parthian treachery. He withdrew from Jerusalem, shook off pursuit by clever rear guard, skirmishes near Bethlehem, and escaped to Egypt. Outwitting Cleopatra and reaching Rome through the perils of winter voyaging, Herod set his case before the Octavian and Antony. So you see this here? You see this? This dummy trusted the enemy. It says, trust not the way of the heathen. It says, trust not the enemy. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, iron rusted. Hold on. I think it's been a while since I've been finding it. I need to go back to my basics, man. If you guys can help me with that, man, that'd be great, bro. If you guys can remember what that is iron rusted. Trust not the enemy. Okay, so we have Herod And then now we're going to see. Give me a second. I'm trying to get to this other point. Go down. Come on, bro. Hurry up, man. What the hell? There you go. Sirach 12:10. Never trust thine enemy, for like as iron rusted, so is his wickedness. See this? It's man, I'm telling you. So, but this guy apparently he thought, hey, I could change him. It's like never make a hoe a housewife, bro. So we're seeing Herod simultaneously. Herod followed a policy of Hellenization, establishing games at Jerusalem and adorning many of the Hellenistic cities of his domain. At the same time, Herod sought to reconcile the Jews who hated his pro-Roman and Hellenizing policies, and who never forgave his Edomite blood. Part of the Herodians, part of the Idumeans. This is where you get Idumea from them. Okay? Let's not be, here it goes. Herod will divide the kingdoms. Archelaus, son of Maltheus, a Samaritan woman, took Judea and no, not this one. That's not it. See if I can find it. It's in here. Matter of fact, let me just find it over here. Here it goes. Not that one, nerd. Okay, let me see if I can find it. Here it goes. Idumea, pertaining to Edom, the name used by the Greeks for Romans, for the country of Edom. See this? Right? Let's read Mark 3:8, just real quick, just for the sake of it being there. Mark 3:8, it says, and from Jerusalem and from Idumea and from beyond Jordan, and they about Tyre and Zidon, a great multitude, when they had heard what great things he did, came unto him. Idumea. See this real quick? So remember, Idumea, the son of Antipater, the Idumean. That's important to know. Here, let me show you this real quick. And through him comes a bunch of different people. Herod, king of Judea, founder of Herodian dynasty, son of Antipater, consequently of Idumean origin. You see that? Herod II, grandson of Herod. Berenice and sons of Aristobulus and Berenice. And the first of Miriam, brother of Agrippa. Remember, these are not Hebrews anymore. The moms are, but not them. So through him comes Agrippa, the first one, Agrippa, the second one. Agrippa, the Antipas. These guys are in the books. Okay? And out of them come the Herodians. Just read about them right now. And the Pharisees went forth and straightway, Mark 3:6, and the Pharisees went forth and straightway took counsel with the Herodians against him, how they might destroy him. How the hell are the Herodians? These are people that are supporting this doctrine and also are Herodians. So now we're seeing a bunch of mixture of people. That's why the scriptures say, just because they claim to be Israel, doesn't mean they're Israel. It goes deeper than this. Mark 8:15, they're in here again. And he charged them and saying, take heed, beware of the leaven of the Pharisees and of the leaven of Herod.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Luke 3:19, it says here, but Herod the Tetrarch, being reproved by him for Herodias, his brother's Philip's wife, for all the evils which Herod had done, because he killed John the Baptist. Because he told him, listen, bro, you say you're a Hebrew through your mom, but you say you say you are, but you don't keep no laws. Look at you. You married your brother's wife. And she killed him for it. Those are facts. So you need to understand what Herod's bloodline is before you go and say, oh, yeah, Paul's trying to convert you. Shut the hell up. You dummy. You don't know your history. Acts 25:23, and now on the morrow, when Agrippa was come And Berenice, with great pomp, was entered into the place of hearing with the chief captains and principal men of the city. And Festus' commandment Paul was brought forth. So here we understand now that Agrippa, through his mom and grandma, they were supposedly trying to keep the laws. Paul was not stupid. He knew this guy would kill him. He knew he would kill him. So now, right here is where we start to kind of determine Edom, Esau, right? Edom, Esau. Let me show you this real quick. Let me see if I can find it. I can find it. Edom, Esau. Are you in here? You know what? Let's just continue. I'll continue here. I'll find it right now. Matter of fact, here, I'll show you guys. Because it's not just in the new one. Check this out. Isaiah 34:5. For my sword shall be bathed in heaven. Behold, it shall come down upon Idumea, upon the people of my curse, to judgment. The sword of the Lord is filled with. Do you guys realize how these wobbles, they never play the flute whenever they show that they're supposed to be the natives? Because this type of background music is so calming. It's so part of our nature. We are connected to this earth. We know how to grow it. We know how to we know how to harvest it. We know how to survive from it. The same ground that we live on, we know how to make houses from it. The same ground that we live on, we know how to grow plants from it. The same ground that we live on, we know how to cure ourselves when we get sick. Do you understand this stuff? There's not many people that can do that. Regardless of all these strangers that want to claim to be who you are. Eventually, they're going to find out that they can't match up to those things that you have to be questioning. Like what we said, like where's your food, your diet, your folklore, all those all those deafness of your indigenea. If you think you have a Negro indigenea here, then you should be connecting to those deep-rooted indigenea concepts of masa, you know what I'm saying, of corn, tejuino, of pulque, of tamarindo, you know what I'm saying, of cilantro, of coriander, you know what I'm saying, of the deftness of the food of our land. Because this land is what feeds you. Quite frankly, if you really think about it, family, here's where it goes down to the nitty-gritty. If these people were really original from this land, then how come they fucking die of disease all the time? Even their own fucking teacher who learned from us, Dr. Sevi, admitted it. I have to eat food from Africa because that's where I'm from. You Africans, Negroes, and live with it. Be happy with it. If I was black like you, I'd fucking love it because I love me. And I don't care about being anything else but what I read about. You get what I'm saying? For a long time, we didn't know who we were. You motherfuckers have colleges way before we did. White people had colleges way before we did, and Negroes had colleges way before us Hispanics did. Y'all started having colleges in 1890 or some shit. We barely started reading in 1940 or 50, fuckers. So fuck off and fuck you. Sorry if I offended anybody. And I'm glad that you guys don't like my channel because I say what I say. And I'm glad you don't, because you know what, dude? It's time for y'all to unsubscribe. My goal for the rest of, I guess, the next 6 months is to figure out how can I make people unsubscribe to my channel. because I got a bunch of fucking thick ass followers or people that just want to hear me bring out some good information, and then they go around with it and try to act like they're teaching some shit. Because I find you guys, I catch you guys say the same shit that I say, and then you come over in my channel and hate me and shit. Dude, y'all the horriblest people in the world, bro. With blood, it is made fat with fatness, and with the blood of lambs and goats, and with the fat of kidneys of rams. For the Lord had sacrificed in Basra in a great slaughter in the land of Idumea. There's a reason why this is going to happen to them. Because we see what they're doing today. They can try to act like they're not. They want to blame other people. Kind of like this right here. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see. I think it's this one.
In the Zohar Kadosh,
listen to it.
You will find there an extraordinary information. There will be two big buildings in the land of Edom, which today we relate the word Edom to America. And those are the biggest, the tallest buildings in the world. And they will be brought down completely. And that will be the sign of the beginning of tremendous wars that will end only in the coming of the Mashiach. 1 week before, one of the great rabbis in Israel, a Hasidic rabbi, he came with some people, some of his disciples in the car, and they were coming towards the evening. He didn't want to lose the time of Mincha. Right there.
Quand l'Italie disparaît, je vous ai dit tout à l'heure, ça m'a...
Rome, c'est un jour de vengeance pour l'Éternel, une année de représailles pour la cause de Tzion. Tout ça c'est marqué dans le prophète Ishaïa.
Et ce sera le monde juif qui va grandir, et que ce sera la nation qui elle va gérer le monde. La terre d'Israël, Akadosh Baruch Hu, il va l'attirer, le monde entier, ça sera Israël, et Israël, ça sera Yerushalayim.
To wipe out from among all the descendants of Esav, descendants of Amalek, male and female, young and old. And that is why Amalek is so terrible, and it has to be totally uprooted. Therefore, God tells us we should erase their memory, and we should eradicate them from the face of the earth. Who is Amalek? Amalek comes from Esav. Esav was a brother.
All right, so he says, who's Amalek? Amalek come from Ethan. Ethan, brother. Shut your stupid ass, fake ass, Khazarian wannabe Jewish face. I'm gonna show you who Esau is. Show you who Esau is, bro. Thank you, bro, for showing us. Check this out. So they say that, you know, Esau, right? Esau and shit. They're worshippers of the Kabbalah. They love the Kabbalah stuff. Check this out. In Kabbalah, Samael is described as the severity of God and is listed as the fifth of the archangel of the world in Bria. Among his portions are Esau. The people who inherit the sword and bring the war. Who is out there right now destroying lives that do not deserve to die? The he-goats. Make you wonder, huh? Demons, the destroyers of angels. Although both Samael and Lilith are major demons in early Jewish tradition, they do not appear paired until the second half of the 13th century, when they are introduced together. Lilith is a demon created alongside Adam, originally created for the world of Eve, who then becomes Samuel's bride. With her, Samuel created a host of demons, yada, 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 yada. In the Kabbalistic world, the treaties of the left emanation, Samuel is part of the Klipot, prince of all demons, and spouse of Lilith. Asmodeus is also mentioned to be the subservient of Samael and married a younger, lesser, whatever. But you see what I'm saying, family? Who is related to Kabbalah? Esau. Who is related to Kabbalah? Esau. Who practices Kabbalah? Sephardics. Who practices Kabbalah? Ashkenazis. Who practices Kabbalah? Khazars. Come on, bro. You want to come here and talk about like Come on, bro. Really, bro? Come on, bro. Real, bro. Let's go back to 2nd Ezra real quick, man. Let's go to 2nd Ezra real quick. I'm going to show you something. 2nd Ezra chapter 6 and verse, I believe, is it 6? That's not 2nd Ezra, bro. I guess it is. It says 2nd Ezra 6:6. Then I considered these things, and they were all made through me alone and through none other. By me also they shall be ended, and by none other. Then answered I and said, what shall be the parting asunder of times, or when shall be the end of the first and the beginning of that followeth? And he said unto me, Father Abram unto Isaac, when Jacob and Esau were first born of him, Jacob held first the heel of Esau. For Esau is the end of the world, and Jacob is the beginning it that followeth. Now, which is why, you know, when you start collecting all these dots and we start seeing like, okay, who is this history? Who are these people? Why are they so involved? They're the ones that are teaching these other doctrines. Revelation 12:7 kind of gives you a hint. And there was a war in heaven. Michael and his angels fought against the dragon, and the dragon fought his angels and prevailed not. Neither was there any place found in any more in heaven. And the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent called the devil and Satan, which deceived the whole world. Remember, devil, the serpent, the old serpent, he was cast out into the earth, and his angels were cast out with him. Remember the old serpent. Remember the old serpent, family. Don't want you to forget that. To deceive the whole world, right? Revelation 13:1. And I stood upon the sand of the sea, and I saw a beast out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns. Now, I've as you know, these are there's 2, 3 sometimes understandings in the scripture. You can say these are nations, right? The 10 common markets, the 7 financial institutions, right? All that stuff. But follow me here. Having 7 heads and 10 horns, and upon his horns 10 crowns, and upon his head the name of blasphemy. Now we know that the Sephiroth has 10 concepts, and each concept has 10 horns, and on top of its name it's called Tetragrammaton, the Insaf, Baphomet, the Enlightened One, the goat, having 7 heads with their 7 chakras, the 7 Jacob's ladder. You need to really understand what this means, because it's not as clear as you once thought it was. Romans 9:6, that's what it says here. Not as though the word of God had taken on effect, for they are not all Israel, which are of Israel. Neither because they are the seed of Abraham, because a lot of us came out of the seed of Abraham. They are all the children. They are all children. But in Isaac shall thy seed be called. See this? That's why Paul was saying this at that time. He understood what was going on. That is, they which are the children of the flesh, these are not the children of God, but the children of the promise are counted for the seed. Because a lot of these people that were telling our gente, you're not, like right now, Fopies, like dumbass Africans, wannabe Hebrews, you know what I'm saying? They're telling you you're not a Hebrew. And they're the ones that are completely wrong. It says here, these are not the children of God, but the children of the promise are counted for the seed. For this is the word of promise. At this time will I come, and Sarah shall have a son. And not only this, but when Rebekah also had conceived by our father Isaac, the children, being not yet born, having neither done any good or evil, but the purpose of God according to the election might stand, not of works, but of him that calleth. That's why it's important for you guys to understand that you guys are the children of the Most High. And it was said unto her, the elder shall serve the younger, as it is written, Jacob have I loved, but Esau have I hated. Those that project are usually the ones that are the ones. Remember, Khazars are always saying Esau, Edom, right? Negros are always saying Esau, Edom. But yet there's Revelation 2:9 and 3:9. And everybody in this current society is embracing the white ones to be the real Jews and the black ones to be the real Jews. But here it says not all of them that are claiming to be Israel are Israel. And it says, once again, I know a lot of you Christians and the person that, I saw what you said, bro. That's fake ass shit. Because you want to know something? Your dumbass belief in Christianity has led you to live with a wicked ass person just because you don't want to let go, because you think all people are the same. Black, white, brown, we're all the same. God loves everybody. And you want to say I'm deceiving people? You're deceiving people by believing in Christianity. You're gonna celebrate Christmas. You're gonna watch the fireworks and kick back and say, Happy 4th of July, and thoroughly enjoy it. And you know who I'm talking about. 2 Ezra 6:55. All this have I spoken before thee, O Lord, because thou madest the world for our sakes. The children of the promise. Our sakes. The children of the promise. Our sakes. Romans 9:4. Who are Israelites, to whom pertaineth the adoption, and the glory, and the covenants, and the giving of the law, and the services of God, and the promises. That's why they kept telling y'all, listen, don't let these fools convince you or confuse you. Stick to what we teach you. They're not even Hebrews. Shh. You know what I'm saying? They're not even Hebrews, bro. Now we know Edom, Esau, we understand now. So now let's get into this a little deeper, and then I should move on pretty quick on that. Check this out. So now we got what we call, in regards to the Khazarism, a people of Turkish origin, so they say. Not necessarily, because they're also of the Crimea, Russia, all of that region, okay? And it says, the kingdom of Khazars was firmly established in most of South Russia long before the foundation of Russian monarchy by the Varangians. Jews had lived on the shores of Black and Caspian Sea since the first centuries of Common Era, so they say. Historical evidence points to the region of the Ural as the home of Khazars. Among the classical writers of the Middle Ages they were known as Chozars, Khazirs, Akazirs, Akatirs, and in the Russian chronicles as Kawalisis or Ugri Beli. So we see here the Khazars, right? They were somewhat Armenian, kind of like some of that region. That's actually a good book here, the history of Armenia. I would recommend to grab it. You can actually get some real good stuff out of this. The Kagan was the king of the north, the ruler of the Khazars, and the queen was the Khatum. So we see that in this particular one, the latter country was made battlegrounds in a long struggle between Rome and the Persians. You see this? So they're in here. That's why it's important to understand who they are. It's important to understand who they are. They're part of the Black Huns. You know what I'm saying? These guys are nomads, wicked, dirty ass people. The Don, the Volga, the Caspian Seas, Northern Caucasus, Caucasians. This is what we're talking about. You see, they're kind of mad at each other, even though they don't realize that they're pretty similar in regards to nationalities and races of who they are. Here's where they embrace Judaism. So we know that these are converts, but they're going around telling people that they're the people of the Bible. We see that King of the Khazars in 735, 800 AD, that's where the whole conversion starts. Okay? We're seeing this. We see it. We know it. You know, it's not confusing. Now let me show you some stuff here real quick. This is from a book called Edom, Esau. You guys have seen this before. Who is Edom? Hasdian ibn Sarprut was foreign minister to Abdan al-Raham, Sultan of Cordoba, in his letter to King Joseph of Khazars. Speaks to the tradition according to which the Khazars once dwelt near Seir Mountains. The Seir Mountains are none other than the original land of Esau, Edom. Thus dwelt Esau in the Mount Seir. Esau is Edom. You see? If the Khazars did originally dwell near the Seir Mountains, then the Khazars and thus world Jewry are racially of Edomite stock. But how then and when did Edomites get Khazaria? There's evidence that in the 6th century BC, some of the Edomites fled their homeland of Seir and migrated north. After the fall of Jerusalem, 586 BC, the Edomites began to press northward, Ezekiel 36:5. You guys can confirm it. The extent and ultimate destination of the northward trek is not found in history, but it's likely that it brought some Edomites to the region of Khazaria. We see that. The Khazar were nomadic people who had no traces of Hebraic culture. No traces of Hebraic culture. Interesting, huh? The hidden history of the incredible evil Khazaria mafia. What Q would never tell you, the shocking truth. That's QAnon, by the way. By the way, you QAnons are stupid. Y'all are dumb because these guys are manipulating you. Yeah, they are. They literally are. Khazarian mafia. I won't get too much into this book because I haven't honestly read it all, but I like the maps. You see, where it says this is Turkey right here, but this is where they typically are at. The Volgas, the Gurs, the Rus. You know what I'm saying? The history of the incredibly evil Khazarian mafia. Khazarians developed into a nation ruled by evil king who had ancient Babylonian black arts, cult, Elargic servings on as his court. During his time, the Khazarian became known to surrounding countries as thieves, murderers, road bandits, and for assuming the identity of those travelers they murdered, had a normal occupational practice and way of life. What the hell? So these fucking bastards have a natural way to assume identities. Look, and for assuming the identities of those travelers they murdered as a normal occupational practice and way of life. Holy shit. Yeah. Hey, man, listen, man. Once a crooked tree, bro, you just never change. You know what I'm saying? Some Ashkenazis still have Khazar names like Robert Kagan. Yeah. Robert Cagon. Robert Cagon. In order to fool the Confederacy of Nations led by Russia that were watching Khazaria, the Khazarian king melted his Luciferian black magic practice with Judaism. You see? Melted this Luciferian black magic practice with Judaism. Created a secret satanic hybrid religion known as Babylonian Talmudism. Luciferian. Evil as hell. That's called the Baphomet, the Sephiroth, Ein Sof, the enlightened ones. This is the Talmud right here. Sephardics and Ashkenazis both study these things. You can't slice one without the other, though. Right now, I'm just talking about Khazarians and Sakarians, too, like Sakarians. You know what I'm saying? They're all anyways, no, that's another topic. So it says, in secret, they continue their satanic child blood and sacrifice rituals and trusted Baal to give them the whole world and all its riches. Damn. Look, I'll tell you what. For the sake of time, y'all can enjoy the book. I mean, well, you know the names, okay? So I don't think you can actually get the link because it's a PDF for me. But you know the names. So let me show you this real quick because this is actually another one. Excuse me. Hold on a second here real quick. Oh, hold on a second. Remember how it was talking about black magic? Right? They do black magic, right? Where is it at? It's up here. There it goes, right here. Melted in Luciferian black magic, right? Okay, remember? Okay. Well, remember not too long ago, I showed you this book by this black Hebrew Israelite, wannabe Hebrew. Matthews, the devil worshiper, the Negro Satan. That's my next class coming up. Y'all gonna get some fire on that one. So anyways, this guy here, black Judaism with Jewish Kabbalah and African American conjuring. Yeah, y'all are wicked as hell. Y'all are wicked as fuck, bro. Look at this right here. Look at this. ISUPK, IUIC, GMS, Sakari. This is your root. Y'all are wicked as hell. You practice magical practices borrowed from popular esoteric sources, Freemasonry, spiritualism, black nationalism, an African American version of Orientalism. Orientalism, I guess, which means spirituality. Look, they even drew this stuff up. Watch this. Look, there he goes right here. You see? Same thing. Same thing. In order to fool the Confederacy of Nations led by Russia, they were watching Khazaria. The Khazarian king melted these Luciferian black magic practices with Judaism. Isn't this what he did too? You guys are one and the same. That's why Nate the Snake says, we were allies. These very same allies turned against us. See what it says here. This is page 11. The legacy of Esau Edom. The best historical evidence, therefore, shows that the Jews are not descended directly from the Israelites of the Bible, but derive much of their ancestry from the Khazars and other people of Turkish Asiatic blood. The Khazars are also of Edomite stock, and both stocks make up the present-day Jews. As historians H.G. Wells states, the Idumeans were made Jews, and the Turkish people, Khazars, were mainly Jews of South Russia. The main part of Jewry never was in Judea. It had never come out of Judea. According to Jewish Encyclopedia, the original stock of the Khazars came from the land of Edom. The Mount Seir are none other than the original lands of Edom. I'm just reading it. Watch this real quick. This book is very interesting. It's just called here. I've had this for several years. Just slowly read it. But you're going to see something real quick here. Hold on. Page 54 on the bottom. It says, like the Armenians, the Khazars were identified with Gog and Magog. Oh, Sharif. They were regarded as descendants of Japheth, Noah's third son, and connected with the Targama, and Ashkenaz of the Old Testament. The Ashkuza, or the Akkadians, also have been linked to a branch of the Turks and related to the Huns, called Oghuz, to which Khazars belonged. The Khazars were descendants of the Scythians. The word Ashkenaz is thought to have originally implied to the Scythians, Ishkas, who were called Ashkuza in Assyrian inscription. The Askanuyas and the region of Ascania in Anatolia derived from the names from this group. Therefore, it has been claimed that the Khazars derived from both the Edomites and the so-called lost tribes. Like the Edomite ancestors, the Khazars were also red-headed and came to be known as Red Jews. Interesting, right? One should remember that Khazars were described by several contemporary authors as having a pale complexion, blue eyes, and reddish hair. Red, as distinguished from blood, hair is found in certain percentage of East European Jews. This, as well as other more generalized light coloring, could be a heritage of the medieval Khazar infusion. In particular, the Khazars were said to descend from the tribe of Simeon, who had been assimilated into the Edomites. According to Eldad and Hadani, a Jewish traveler of the 9th century, the Khazars were a remnant of the Simeon Manasseh, the tribe of Zebulun, and other hands, blah, 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 blah. Anyways, let me skip that because it's total bullshit. According to the Secher letter, after the Jews from Armenia and Persia had eventually assimilated almost totally with the nomadic Khazars, a strong war leader arose named Bulan, who had succeeded in having himself the ruler of Khazars. Sabriel, who appeared to be remotely descended from the early Jewish settlers, and his wife Sirach, convinced him to adopt Judaism, in which his people followed him. Arthur Koestler and the 13th tribe popularized the theory that the majority of the European Ashkenazi Jews are in fact not descendants from the inhabitants of Israel, but from Khazarian converts to Judaism. The term Ashkenaz describes a relatively compact area of Jewish settlements in northern Europe or northwestern Europe, including the northeastern France and northern Germany, where the Jewish settlers is documented dating back to at least 6th century AD. The traditional explanation of East European origins was the most Ashkenaz Jews reached Poland, Russia, and from Germany, and Germany from France. Now check this. Modern genetic studies, however, have proven Koestler's theory incorrect. So now they're saying that their DNA proves it. Wah, wah, wah. Shut your face. Shut your face. Y'all are serpent people, bro. I'm gonna show you this right now. This is from oh, that's right, not this one. I couldn't pull it from it, but I got it here. Yep. Remember the scripture said about a snake? This is from a book called The Protocols of the Learned of Elders of Zion. 6 plus 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 36. Or 42 degrees. The Jewish plot to corrupt the West and subjugate the world. So they say. But anyhow, let's get to the serpent part. Snakes. The symbolic snake of Judaism. Because in the Sephiroth, it has a snake-like coil concept. Okay? Remember that. These learned men decided by peaceful means to conquer the world for Zion with the slyness of the symbolic snake. A snake penetrates into the hearts of the nations, which is encountered and undermined and devoured all non-Jewish powers of this state. Check this out. It is foretold that the snake has still to finish its work, strictly adhering to the design plan, until the course which it has to run is closed by the return of its head to Zion, and until, by its means, the snake has completed its round of Europe and encircled it, until by dint of enchaining Europe. So here we see that these people, Khazars, this symbol was a snake symbol. Khazarians were devil worshippers. I mean, they were just, you can imagine what was going on over there. And I'm going to show you a video real quick before I finish. So let me show you this real quick. That's why these dumbasses over there, Proud Boys, the Proud Boys. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see. Hold on a second. A ver si lo encuentro. Initiated code just to finish the completed round. The snake can be accomplished after the power of sovereign. Lay low. So on the follows. Eating country. Snake. Hold on a second, family. I'm trying to find this coil concept here. Well, maybe it's this other one. All right, so it's right here. Check it out. I think it's right here. It's kind of the same book. It's just a different breakdown. The French Connection, the Protocol of Zion, the modern English. All right, you guys can check it out later on. If you guys need it, family, I can send it to you. Check this out real quick. Where you at? Protocol 3, Method of Conquest. I have some good news. We're only a few steps away from our goal. There's a small way to go, but when we get there, we'll achieve the closing of our symbolic snake. This snake represents the spread of our people across Europe. When the snake closes into a loop, the whole world of Europe will be locked into its constricting coils. You see what I mean? Don't threat on me. This is white power. White power. This is white power right here. It's the same thing that these guys are saying. The snake represents the spreading of our people across Europe. When the snake closes into a loop, the whole of Europe will be locked in its constructing coils. Don't threat on me. Don't threat on me, Doc. You see what I'm saying? And even these dumbasses, I don't think they know what they're actually saying. And they're over here worshiping Donald shitface Trump, who can't even, like, he has to wear diapers, bro. That's your king, dogs? Those are your kings, dogs? Y'all are sad cases, bro.
People ask me all the time.
Okay, family, I'm almost done. I got a few things left to show you, and then that's it, man. All right, so let's continue. Actually, I'm almost done, but I'm gonna show you a video at the end. All right, it's important. It's gonna connect everything. All right, let's listen in.
They said, Dixon, man, why all these poor redneck motherfuckers voting for Trump? They poor, and they know that Trump is anti-labor. He's anti-union, anti-worker, pro-corporation. Trump's passed multiple legislations and appointed so many anti-labor, anti-union judges and lawmakers, and passed so many things to support big pharma, big corporations, billionaires. He has worked tirelessly to hurt poor people. The poor redneck motherfuckers busting their ass on bullshit pay every single fucking day in America. The coal miners, the truck drivers, whoever the fuck it may be, doing the hard labor. All you white motherfuckers out there doing that and voting for Trump. And I told my friend today why. MAGA is just a symbolism, a slogan for colonialization. Make America great again, back to a time when we were great white colonizers. Trump is the great white colonizer hope. Colonizing, even though it sounds like a funny term, colonizing is what America is, honestly. It's what we did, it's what we've always done, it's who we are, it's our spirit, it's our culture. If you look at how we went around the world as colonizers out of Europe, colonized the whole entire planet and every continent. We enslaved. We genocided the natives and the indigenous people. We broke every treaty we ever had with indigenous people just so that we can maintain power and privilege for white folks. And that's what colonizing is. And Trump is the greatest colonizer we've had in many centuries. And that's why so many white folk, either consciously or unconsciously, are supporting Trump. Because Trump wants to give them power. He wants to give them Christian power. Christian nationalism is all about political power. It's about forcing Christianity back into the government and into our laws and creating a theocracy. And there's a plan to do that. Trump's part of that plan, to create a real, genuine theocracy and do away with democracy, where that Christianity will be forced upon you like a fascist dictatorship, but a Christian fascist dictatorship. And really, that's what a lot of white Christians want. They never really cared about, Christianity has never really been about Jesus. It's been about using Jesus to steal shit. Trump's the biggest fucking criminal we've seen in the presidency. He's all about stealing shit. He stole from every fucking body ever worked for him. He stole from the American public. He's bamboozled us. He's lied to us. He got people killed during the pandemic. He is a bona fide narcissist criminal, a psychopath. And so is colonialization. Colonization is just simple, social, psychological, systemic narcissism. And that's who Trump is. So of course, white people, Christian white people, because colonization is based on two things, right? It's based on Christianity, Christian power, and white power, white nationalism, white supremacy. Those two things we know. Trump is he's a bona fide racist. Everybody knows that. He's anti-black, anti-brown. He wants to stop black and brown folks, stop Muslims. So, I mean, he is the ultimate colonizer. And that is what many white people are about. That is our culture. That is our spirit here in America. And much around the world as white folks. We are
I don't mind that y'all accept that shit. But you wanna know something? I think it's time we speak facts. You know, this is the thing that I don't like about people, bro. Is when you claim that you have been so oppressed and being treated like shit and the whole time and, you know, what the fuck, whatever, but yet you are no different than them. You're no different than them. You used to look at the white man, black man, brown man, Arab man, you know, all you Moors and shit, all you fucking bastards over there. Yeah, I used to look at the white man. No, listen, I'm not defending him. What I'm saying is, let's put the facts to the table. It says here on your fucking famous book, The Golden Age of the Moors. Oh, the Golden Age of the Moors. Meaning like the best days of the Negroes. That's what they're saying. Right? And it says here, this is how you guys looked at white people. They are near animals than men. This is the way Arab, black, North Africans, maybe a slight of sub-Saharan and West Africans. That's how you guys used to look at white people. They're near animals than men. They are by nature unthinking and their manner crude. Their bellies protrude, their color is white, and their hair is long. In sharpness and delicacy of spirit and intellectual perspicacity, they are nil, ignorance, lack of reasoning, power, boorishness, and are common among men. Oh, shit the fuck up. This is how people of, this is how black folks, this is how you black, listen, okay, I'm not gonna blur history, but for the sake of, you know, BHIs and these Negroes claiming that they were superior, that's how you guys used to talk about white folks when you were quote unquote ruling them. You used to talk about white people like this. And then you're complaining because they talk about you like that too? Dude, see, that's how hypocritical you guys fuckers are, bro. Like, seriously, man. Hey, listen, bro, y'all gonna claim, you're gonna call it out, and you better fucking handle it. It says here that the Moors had a particular low feeling of these whites. So there was a time where black folks or people of color in Europe had power over people of pale skin. And y'all used to look down on them. You used to look at them like they were animals. Fuck. How come y'all never talk about this shit? No, hold on a second. Here's what we do here, though. I'm gonna show you some shit. I'm gonna show you some shit right now. It's just like, bro, this is so funny to me, man. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Give me a second. I'm gonna show you this. Because a brother sent this to me. And I was like, bro, for real, man. Oh my God, dog. It's good. This is so funny, bro. Y'all are so quick to ignore your own fucking bullshit, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's like
the real news.
Check this out. Like, he sent me this shit. I was like, are you for real, bro? And so they go sit here and say this right here, right? Check it out. You guys claim that supposedly the white man did all horrible shit to you. See, first of all, I want to say this. See, we didn't know this relationship between you black and white folks. Us indigenous people, we didn't know this relationship between you and black folks. And I'm talking to the white man on that point, because I just said that to them. So we didn't know this relationship that black and white people had between between each other. So you've been fighting each other for quite some time, because you're pretty close. So then all of a sudden now, right, out of nowhere, we hear this shit.
Receive the blessings. If they disobeyed Yah and his commandments, they would be downtrodden and receive the curses. Now we all know the Israelites disobeyed Yah and his commandments, so they received the curses. But quick question. If the Israelites chose to disobey the commandments and receive the curses, couldn't they choose to obey the commandments and receive the blessings? I mean, it is a covenant. It's not like it expires. So hold on, let me get this straight. If this covenant is still in place today, why do our leaders encourage us to continue disobeying the commandments? You know, celebrating these pagan holidays, not honoring the Sabbath, promoting ratchetness, and aligning us with political ideals that completely go against what Yah said in his word. It's like they want us to stay cursed.
Black Hebrew Israelites.
So let's bring the Bible now. I'll always blame the white man for the shit that you guys did to him. You see, we never had that chance to enslave the white man like the black man had the chance to enslave the white man. You know what I'm saying? Both of you motherfuckers came over here, bro. Both of you showed up. Both of you. You see, this is where it gets really, really, really interesting, because you knew these people. Y'all both know each other. As a matter of fact, I'm the only. I don't know if I'm the only one. I'm not gonna say that, but I'm one of the first few people that have said, you know, like on my channel, I don't believe that Deuteronomy 28 happened in 70 AD. Deuteronomy 28 does not happen in 70 AD. You want to know why it doesn't happen in 70 AD? Can I tell you why? Because it clearly says that you are going to be enslaved from a nation that you don't know, that you have no idea of. You see, these Israelites, they were ruled by Rome. Deuteronomy 28 says that you're going to be ruled by a nation that you never known, neither will your fathers know. So the only people that apply to this concept here is us indigenous people. Pretty much. You can't deny it. I need to stop lying to yourselves, man. And this is why I'm not going to stop doing what I'm going to do. At this point, I'm not. Matter of fact, even the Most High said it to me, man, like, you better keep pushing forward hardcore, especially now, because this is the time. They don't believe you, bro. They don't believe you. They think you're full of shit. Listen, man, I've challenged a lot of people in this life. In this channel to come and prove me wrong, and none of them can do it.
Colonizers, people. That's what we do best. Power, privilege. That's who we are. And that's why these poor, ignorant, redneck motherfuckers, the Christians of the world, the humble working class people of the world, and of course the rich, support Trump. Make America great again. Make America a bunch of inhumane colonizers again. So here's my final thought. For all you motherfuckers voting for the devil, for Diablo himself, for voting for the Antichrist, Trump, here's my final point. At what cost are you voting for this monster, this con man, this criminal?
You know that you have Negroes and Hispanics voting, like, supporting this guy, right? You know that, right? It's not like just white people that look like you. That's the thing you need to understand, family. Just because they look like you don't mean they are your people.
This malignant narcissist psychopath. At what cost? You fuck yourself in the ass. You're anti-justice, anti-social justice, anti-economic justice, anti-racial justice. You're against your brothers and sisters because they're not white, because they're not straight, and because you're not Christian. You're against poor folks. You're against basic humanity. You're against everything that is right, fair, and just. You're against democracy. You're for theocracy. You're for white supremacy. These are the things that you are for when you vote for Trump. These are facts. This is his agenda, and you know goddamn well. And the only thing that's making you vote for him is your personal greed. That personal thing that wants you to fight for white power. That wants you to fight for white nationalism. Christian white nationalism.
Just white power, bro. Black power too, bro. Come on, what are you talking about? See, this is the thing about you guys, bro. This is the reality right now that we have to face. It ain't just white power. It's Negro want to be white power. Negro want to be white. I can't say Negro black power. It's Negro want to be white power. You both nasty bastard, bro. It's time that you understand. We are very aware of what you're trying to do. You understand what I'm saying? So yeah, you hate my channel, that's fine. I don't got a lot of subscribers, it's okay. But I will be the voice to point this shit out.
That's greed, folks. A vote for Trump is a vote for unadulterated greed. You are a colonizer, and you are voting for legit colonizer. Not only colonizer, an anti-American colonizer. You want to integrate church and state. You don't believe in the principles that our founding fathers built our nation on. The separation of church and state.
Yeah, but I don't want to show all that. I'll save that for later. It's heavy duty, man. Heavy duty. Heavy duty. Let's kind of finish it off with some scriptures real quick. Let's go to 2nd Ezra, chapter 15 and verse 9, I believe. Yeah, let's go to verse 9. Therefore, say the Lord, I will surely avenge them and receive unto me all the innocent blood from among them. Behold, my people is led as a flock to slaughter. I will not suffer them now to dwell in the land of Egypt. Now, this already happened. Why would he mention Egypt again? It's metaphoric. But I will bring them with a mighty hand and a stretched out arm and smite Egypt with plagues. We're seeing it now. Overdose, massive drug use, massive death of just drugs and alcohol. As before, and will destroy all the lands thereof. That's why they can't have children no more. That's what they're saying, replacement theory. And that's where they're trying to stop people from being divorced or trying to stop abortions because they're not multiplying. That's what they're afraid of. And they think that they're going to change it because, I don't know, it's up to them. It's not up to them. Ezekiel 38:1, and the word of the Lord came unto me, saying, Son of man, set thy face against Gog and the land of Magog, the chief prince of Meshech and Tubal, and prophesy against them, and say, Thus saith the Lord God, behold, I'm against thee, O Gog, the chief prince of Meshech and Tubal. Check this out. Look how far he goes. And I will turn my back to thee, and put hooks into thy jaws, and I will bring thee forth, and all thine armies, horses and horsemen, all them clothed with all sorts of armor, even a great company, with bucklers, shields, and all them handling swords. Persia, Ethiopia, Libya, with them, all of them with shields and helmets. Gomer and all his bands in the house of Torgamah, all the north quarters, all his bands and many people of these. Now, the brother asked me earlier what I think. I think that's what's going on right now in that land. It is a mixture of Edomites and these guys here. Ezekiel 39:23. I'll dig more into it. I'll do an actual class on that one, man. Promise you. And the heathen shall know that the house of Israel went into captivity for their iniquity, because they trespassed against me. Therefore I hid my face from them and gave them into the hands of their enemies. So fell they all by the sword. So that's what I was trying to tell that dumbass dude that was here last time. You know what I'm saying? He was here last time trying to say Christianity. And I'm like, bro, get your Christian mentality out of here. You have an oppressive Anglo-Saxon Christian mentality. Cracker Barrel. And the only reason you're in power is because you're not better than us. It's because the Most High allowed it. Damn right. Yeah, they did. All of them did. They still do. And I think you would know what it means, because who those Nazis are. Ashkenazis. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of how I like to say it. Because I mean, come on, bro. Like, matter of fact, here, let me show you some pictures. Look, this is actually a trip before I go. Because I did have some of this deep Khazarian stuff here. There's a book called The Dawn of the Middle Ages. It's an excellent book, and it talks a lot about these Khazars, the hordes of Avars, Bulgars, Khazars, with white Huns and Turks. It's page 38. We see that he's talking about the new dynasty founded by soldier adventurer Leo III was known as Assyrian after region of Asia Minor, but the family probably came from North Syria. Leo was a Khazar. Leo the Khazar. You have the Byzantine power and the Ottoman Empire. But finally, with the aid of Bulgar and Khazar allies, the siege had to be called off. So they were fighting these Arabs for some time. You know what I'm saying? Give me a second, family. Okay, and all praises, man. My son's coming home. Oh, man, thank you, Father. All right, let's continue, because I'm almost done. I got to get home. It says here, so we see that the Arabs, the Khazars, the Bulgars, they were fighting. The Byzantine and the Ottoman. Keep in mind that these guys are involved in this. It says here, watch this. At the further extremities of Asia Minor, Leo III was now able to establish a stable frontier, which a combination of forces and diplomacy kept intact for the next 200 years. And I believe Leo, the Khazar, married I think he married a Christian woman. Freed from the immediate menace of the Arabs, Constantine V was able to adopt an aggressive demeanor towards them. Okay, so let's continue. Let's not forget. Let me just kind of move on real quick. Here we see the Khazars. We start seeing the conversion. The Jews in Asia and in Europe. You see? Check this out. In this age of great migration, the Jewish diaspora or dispersion represents a unique experience. As minorities, wherever they went, literate or peaceable, amid so much violence, they mustered no armies and conquered no territories, except in Russia, where the Khazar kingdom became Jewish. They sought and made few converts, thereby differing from Christians and Muslims of the time. Look, pay attention. They sought and made few converts. So even though they were they were taught these laws, they made sure not to teach other people. Don't they do that now? Right? They do that right now. They do it right now. Let's continue. We're almost done. I gotta get home soon. Now here's a quick. You see this right here? Look at that. That's what I was saying, bro. That whole Nazi stuff. You know what I mean? I think you mentioned it. Where you at? Let's see. Hold on. I think you said this right here. Yeah, the Ashkenazis, the Kagans. No, that wasn't it. This one. Nazis, right? That's why I said Ashkenazis. Because look, they have the Nazi sign there with that shit too. It was all what do you call it? A gimmick, bro. It was all planned. It was all part of the plot. Remember, he who has the story tells it best. So as you can see, I mean, this is a heavy book. It's called The Dawn of the Middle Ages. Okay. There's a lot of material on this. Lots of it. I could go on and on this. Let me see if I can just find one important one. I think it's this one here. Check this out. The Khazar state, controlling a number of the Slavic tribal groups, stood at crossroads for many cultures. Together with the Byzantines, they provided a bulwark against the rising tide of Islam in the south, protecting the empire northern borderlands and dependencies from the Arab armies. For the 9th century onward, the Khazars also had to confront a new and formidable enemy in the Russians. In 965, a war against Slavics, I believe. Then it says the decline of Khazar power, a Russian attack by sea a Russian attack by the sea is the subject of this illustration from the Radziwill Chronicle. There goes Leo. I think it's this guy here. Is it here? Khazar tribes, apparently the descendants of Huns, mixed with Slavs and Finns, were living in the middle of Russia. Came from Eastern Asia to invade the Caucasus. They brought many Khazars in their company and left them behind when they withdrew again. The Khazars spoke a language related to that of the former Turkish masters. So we see, oh, here it goes right here. In 707, the Byzantine Empire, Justinian II, slit nose during a period of exile, married a daughter of the Khazars monarchs of the time. In 1732, Leo III gave his son, Constantine V, in marriage to a Khazar princess. You see this? So their son, so that their son, Leo IV, was known as the Khazar. Leo III took his action in order to shore up the Khazars against the Arabs, who in 722 had seized up all their principal capacity, I guess, capital, whatever. So you see how deep this rabbit hole is? These people try to say that, oh, we don't know who we are. We don't know who we came from. We were the original Jews. For thousands of years, we've been oppressed. Man, you guys are damn converts, bro. The Talmudic, Khazarian, Satanic, Eastern European imposters of the Bible, Rothschild, Synagogue of Satan. Yep, that's for sure. Let me see. Dr. J. Smith, PhD. Oh, are you going to scare me with that shit? And he said unto Luke 9:23, and he said unto them, if any man will come after me, let him deny himself and take up his cross daily and follow me. Deny thyself and take up his what? Where is thy cross? Do you even know what that means? You with a PhD? Crickets and locusts. I'm not even paying attention, you dumbass. Peter 4:16. Yet if any man suffer as a Christian, let him not be ashamed, but let him glorify God on his behalf. Don't be ashamed, glorify God on whose behalf? Are those rhetorical questions? PD Jakes. I think maybe Caucasians are the offspring between the following ones. Not right now, honey. Sis, I'm sorry. Well, I don't know if you're a sister or brother. My bad. Not right now. I don't want to read that. What you got? Irrefutable lost sheep. Exodus 23:21. Beware of him and obey his voice. Provoke him not, for he will not pardon your transgressions, for his name is in him. His holy name is in who? Yeshua is Jehovah. Do you even know what those words mean? Dr. Dumbass. 1 Corinthians 11:3. But I would have you know that the head of every man is Christ, and the head of the woman is the man, and the head of Christ is God. The head of Christ is God. Oh, God, you're fucking dumb. And do you really have a PhD, Dr. Smith? Jesus is God. John 3:10-3. And I and the Father are one. Philippians 2:6. Who, being the form of God, thought not to be a robbery to be equal to God. Form of who? Equal with God. Fuck, man. You paid all that money to be a dumbass? For real, bro? Matthew 3:15. And Jesus answering said unto him, suffer it to be so, for thus it becometh is to fulfill all righteousness. Then he suffered him, fulfill all righteousness. What does righteousness mean, Mr. PhD? Or thou baptized to the fullness of thy righteousness? Matthew 29. Go ye therefore and teach all nations. Oh, I see. You're probably a white guy that loves everybody, right? And Matthew 1:21, and he shall bring forth a son, and thou shalt call his name Jesus, for he shall save his people. You're not his people. Let's see. He's just going to scriptures. Luke 1:31, and behold, thou shalt conceive in thy womb and bring forth a son, and shall call his name Jesus. Don't give me that etymology bullshit. Sure is a feminine ancient Hebrew word. Yeah, it is. Refute the verse, you cowardly cunt. Here. I better más puto. Come on. You refute it with your stupid ass text messaging. Come on. Hit the link. You got a PhD. Hit the link. You refute me. You tell me that your Jesus is God, and I'll break that shit down in pieces for you. Kaboom. Stupid. You see, family? This is Dr. J. Smithers, PhD, for pretty heathenish and dumb. Here you go. Here's another dumbass shit. Romans 9:10. Romans 10:9. That if thou shalt confess with thy mouth the Lord Jesus, and shalt believe in thine heart that God hath raised him from the dead, thou shalt be saved. What nations have mouths? Hey, see, family, this is what I'm telling you, man. Do not waste your money on this dumbass education. But hit the link, bro. Hit the link. If you give me light mirrors, go ahead. Come on, hit the link. I'd love for you to come on board because I'm pretty much done. Come on, hit the link. Hurry up. Let's do it. Let's do it, Mr. PhD. What PhD you got? Because so you believe in the Trinity is what you're saying. That's what you believe in. Right? Is that what you believe? Okay, here we go. Genesis 1:27. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God created he, male he created he. Then God created man in his own image. So God has an image. Jesus is God. Oh, dear Jesus. Bro, hit the link. You don't hit the link, bro. They love to talk all this shit. And like, oh God. White supremacists, whitewash, Jesus, Borgia, son of the Pope. Hey, look, he goes, you are malfunctioning kid. Oh, so now I'm a kid. Do you know how old I am? Yet he don't hit the link, family. He's, what do you call those people that laugh at their own jokes? Genesis 32:30. And Jacob called the name of the place Peniel, for I have seen God face to face, and my life is preserved. I have seen God face to face. So God has his face. Jesus is God. Oh God. Hit the link. Look, you see this, family? This is either a dumbass white boy that thinks then that's going to vote for Donald Trump, and he really believes that white Jesus is actually gonna save his cracker ass. So somehow, some way, he says Jesus is God, the laws are done away with, but your stupid ass is going to celebrate Christmas, right? So prove to me in the Bible where you can celebrate Christmas. I'll give you a simple one. You want to refute? Hit the link, man. Mr. PhD. Come on, bro. If you have a PhD, you shouldn't be afraid of me. I don't even got a degree, bro. Talk for what? This is courtroom testimony. What you see? You see this family right here? You see how this says, this dumbass cracker right here, he likes to use words, bozo, insulting, because this is the white way. This is how they make you feel, how they feel superior. They think that by making comments and statements, just posting a bunch of scriptures that he has no clue what it means, and all of a sudden, bozo, dumbass, you wimp. See, typical fucking Anglo damn heathen, bro. You guys have no representation because you're over here coming here trying to talk about Jesus and you're insulting me, but yet you're a Christian. I don't get you guys. I never have ever understood you. Here, I'll give you one. Do me a favor, since you're such a Christian. Okay? Abraham was 99 years old. Do you know that Abraham circumcised? Yes or no? Oh, you mean he looked like a white? You want him to look white, right? You want him to look like your daddy and shit. You think that we believe the Messiah is black? Bro, you got yourself a wrong channel. Here, let me show you something. Let me educate you, you dumbass cracker. Let me show you something, dumbass fucking white boy. This is what I dislike about you guys. You guys think you're so fucking smart, but you sure don't hit the link. You want to tape a bunch of dumbass shit. You don't even know nothing about this channel. So let me educate your stupid ass before you go and open your mouth and you embarrass yourself even more. So Matt, do me a favor, okay? See, since you don't know how to read, white boy, look at this right here. This is not a BHI channel, okay? This is not a BHI channel. This is not a dumbass 12 chart camp. This is not a Hispanic only channel. And this is not your stupid ass Christmas Christian channel for sure, which is what you do. I'm almost done. And this channel, we tease that Negroes and white people like you together came as conquistadors, along with Arabs, white, black, Moors, fake Jews, all Khazars, Sephardics, and all these nations work together to destroy our indigenous heritage. You believe in manifest destiny. You believe in the whole concept of the, what do you call it? The Monroe Doctrine, or the doctrine of discovery, which is what you Christians believe, right? You believe that. That's why you come in here with that attitude as if you're superior than us, trying to teach me something about the Bible, and you make no sense. My sword is extremely sharp. Okay, sounds good, PhD man. Hit the link then. If you're so, why are you scared, bro? Why are you scared? You come to this channel. You came to this channel. I didn't invite you. Hit the link. Come on, since you're so sharp. So if you're that sharp, then I will slice like a cheese, man. But you know what I mean? You know what happens, bro, with people like you? Very typical. Is that you guys think you're smart and then you're just afraid that I'm going to catch your ass real quick. You know that for a fact. Once again, Ezekiel 3:8. Behold, I have made thy face strong against thy face and thy forehead against thy forehead. See, in this channel, what we do is we simply destroy a bunch of dumb bullshit. What are you talking about? He's tall and what? He's tall and his shoulders are a little dropped. His visage is thick. Dude, you gay, bro. You gay. Okay, family, nothing to see here. This guy's gay. This guy's totally gay right here. Look, he just completely kind of like almost want to lick Jesus' cheek and shit. You gave up your chair a long time ago, Smith. Pretty hot and fucking desperate. I had enough of you. You ain't doing shit, bro. Bring me your eldest nail clippers so you can shove them up your behind. Is that what you're going to do, white boy? You haven't taught us anything, man. You come in again. To say, matter of fact, different things regarding what do you call it? The Trinity. That Jesus is God. So what you're saying is that a virgin came from the, I'm sorry, that an angel came from the sky, had sex with Mary, and then the Messiah came. You see, there he goes, family. You see that? This is how I know that this guy's a white boy right here. 4 words that he used: dumb, stupid, moron, typical. But yet, talk about the fucking little bitch that don't hit the link. Because listen, you can play around all you want, homie. But if you're just typing stuff up, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you say, bro. He's a pork chop. Yeah, he is a pork chop, bro. You see, there goes, Jesus is God, and I and my Father are one. Oh my God. Here, I'll give you a simple one, dude. I'll give you a simple one. Oh, dear Jesus. Why did you create these damn East Edomites? Hit the link. Pussy Smith. Come on, PH man. Hit the link, bro. I'll answer your question if you hit the link. Come on. Hit the link, bro. Come on. Don't be scared. I don't bite. Remember, you said I'm dumb. Remember? I'm a Mexican, bro. You could easily tackle this. You white boys think you're smarter than us. Come on. Hit the link, bro. What are you so afraid of? Little huevos got you tied up? Or your wife's going to get mad at you because you got to go to bed soon. Come on, man. Hit the link, little girl. Come on, man. Hit the link. I'll wait for you. Come on, hit the link. I'll wait for you. No? You're not going to hit the link? All right, I'm going to ask you a little simple one, all right? A little simple one here. My dick stinks like, damn, bro. This guy is coming here claiming to be Jesus, family, and talking like this dirty ass gringo that doesn't know how to wipe his ass. Oh, you know what? Nah, you're not a white boy. You're a negro, homie. Yeah. Yeah, you see that? Look at this, family. Look. Taco thinks he's no, I'm not. Matter of fact, you think you are, because apparently you're just typing away and you don't hit the link. You look really stupid, bro. Now we asked for is hit the link. Come on, fucking hot dog eating dumbass, redheaded, fucking dirty ass. Y'all don't even wipe your butts, bro. And you're talking about us. We got statistics. Man, let's continue. Because he ain't doing shit. He's just a dumbass white boy just trying to give us a hard time. So let's go ahead and finish it with this video. Check it out. So right now we're going to touch on the 13th. Matter of fact, I'm glad you're here, PJ Smith, so you can show you how dirty and nasty you guys are. Nah, I don't think he's like that, bro. I don't think he's like that. So this guy must be black, though. Look at him. Mexicans have no rhythm. A white boy telling us that? So a white boy comes here, acts like a white guy, has a picture of a white dude, and now we see his true colors. Fucking Canaanites. Y'all are worse. Now you're trying to be white people to talk shit. You got no huevos, homie. You guys are not Judah, man. Hang it up. Tell Fopi to come over here and see if he wants to debate me. See, there you go. See, there it goes. Burrito got you butchered. Here, I'll give you one more chance. One more chance. We are letting y'all know this is Judah right here. Do you understand that shit? Do you understand what that means? This is why they don't come to my channel, family. We are the Judites. And the moment that you say that shit, they get scared. They don't want you to say that. Prove us wrong, bro. Come on, man. This is the channel where you're supposed to prove everybody wrong. I've called you guys out. Can't answer my questions. This is the Real Jew channel right here, bro. The real Jews are waking up, family. The Judites, the Rasa Judites. That Judite right there. You see what I'm saying? We are the real Jews. We are those Judas. Not no negros. They're Canaanites. None of them can match that shit. Listen, you can talk about it. Like, you can be emotional about it. Everybody can be emotional about it. But when it comes to the actual facts of who we are and what we are about, y'all can take that shit away from us at all. So I tell my raza, step the fuck up, man. Take your heritage back. Take it. Don't let these bastards get in the way. Don't let these dumbass fucking stupid asses like make you believe something different. Negros are not Hebrews. White people are not Hebrews. None of you motherfuckers are Hebrews. And I can prove it. Do you know who the real Hebrews are? You indigenous brothers and sisters. I keep bringing out books massively. Matter of fact, let me show you one right now, real quick. Real quick. I'll show you one real quick so you can just see. So you can see that I'm not lying. I got another one. And I'm going to show you something real quick. All right, so this is from, we're on page, hold on a second. Page 15. Watch this real quick. This is the book called The Greater Exodus, okay? The Greater Exodus from, I think it's Lee Fitzgerald, I believe. That's the writer. These are scholars, family. These are people that fucking studied. All of a sudden now, nobody cares about that. All of a sudden now, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I believe some dumbass Negro because he all of a sudden thought that, hey, man, we look like them, and now I'm going to believe it. Or some fucking stupid Mexican. Or some dumb fucking white boy because he wants to just be not himself. You see this right here? You see this right here? I might show you something real quick on page 15, what is it, 15 or 14? Hold on a second. Let me get it real quick. I'll show you something. Y'all are sad, bro. Y'all are a sad case, man. You guys are a sad case because you don't even believe in your own heritage. You fucking whack-ass bastards. That's why I laugh at you guys. Like, look, this book expressly says it. Take a picture of this shit. And then I'm going to read this to you. The Hebrews progressed and developed higher and grander ideas of being, of the being they worshipped. Watch this. But those other primitive races in America did not progress, did not become civilized by the contact with civilization influence. Nor did they develop civilization in themselves. Watch this real quick. There's no such thing as a standstill or a quote unquote making time for any nation. You must either go forward or go back. This primitive race in America went back. So they say. Watch this. Their gods were El Shaddai. Listen to this. El Shaddai, the destroyer, Jehovah or Yahweh, the annihilator. Among the Iraq Indians, the word Yahweh meant death, the terrible, meaning it was God, bro. Mad respect for the creator. the Indians in the north of South America called the Great Spirit who sent plagues and sickness by the name of Yahweh or Yahweh. The Dutch travelers, Karsick, who spent many years in these countries, writes the following remarkable account. A member of the council named Pipersburg in the year 1746 went right up to the Maserini, and on the seventh day of his journey, he saw a plain situated between two mountain groups, a pyramid of hewn stones, perfectly square and ending in a point. Speaking of Yahweh, you can't take this from our history, family. John Eagles can do this all the time. You can try to bring a picture about how blackety black the people were here before, but you don't know what the fuck this means. And I show you to this very day. Listen, man, I'm not a fighter, bro. I'm just a scholar. And I want you to prove me wrong if you think I'm wrong. You're not from this continent. You're nappy. You're black. You're dark. You brought smallpox. You have a different way of being. You guys are mean. You don't care about your family. I mean, in a way, but you sell your own selves. We have books about you guys. To come and claim that you guys are from this land, I will match any material book that I found and show you. You're not like us. We care about our mothers. We care about our fathers. We care about our kids and our wives and our husbands. We care about each other. Like we truly have a communal belief. So watch this. I'm going to show you. Like this is how heavy this shit is. According to the account of Latifau, Escobar, Charlevoix, and Adair, right? James Adair, who wrote about it. It says, these Indians sing a hallelujah. They have a holy ark which must be always kept covered. Worship the Jehovah or Yahweh, and in their holy dances, songs repeat in these three times as a chorus, sometimes varying by introducing the word MESHIACHA or Meshiach and Shiloh, and exclaiming, Yo, Meshiach, He, Meshiach, Wa, Meshiach, where we see the same split up into its three parts. It says, and Shiloh Yo, Shiloh He, Shiloh Wa, Shalawa, like Shalawa, you know what I'm saying? Like that, right? You understand what I'm talking about? And then it says here now it is the very verb, or here's now the very Hebrew word, Yeshiha. Hold on, family. So now we see here now is the very Hebrew word Meshiach, prince or ruler. And that word, which has so puzzled biblical scholars, Shiloh, which we meet in the account of Jacob's blessing, Genesis, I believe, 10, 9, Genesis 10, Genesis 49, I think, verse 10, and both in direct connection with the word Jehovah or Yahweh. You see what I'm saying? Meshiach. What is the name of this channel, family? Did you guys forget? You guys forget about the name of this channel? MESHIACHA Chronicles. Oh, shit. We are those people of this book. We are the people of this great book. Y'all need to wake the fuck up, bro. Stop being so ashamed, just so ashamed of being these people. Matter of fact, you know what the people that want to be these people are the ones that are not. And they're so blatantly trying to act like they are. I'll give an example. I'll show you real quick. I'm gonna show you real quick. Because you know what? You can't, dude, this is funny shit to me, bro. It's funny shit to me. We have video. Oh, here you go, right here. You go right here. You see what I'm saying? These people think that they're the people of the Bible. They think they're the people of the Bible. But when we actually ask them, okay, sounds good. If you guys are the people of the Bible, then when did you guys go through all of this shit right here? From verse 15 all the way to verse 68. And see, you fucking West African bastards, y'all did not go through this at all. Several nations have experienced all the curses. They have. But none of them have gone through what we've gone through to the T. Negroes never died to smallpox in America. Negroes never got their lands taken because if they were Israelites and that means they're not part of Africa. You get what I'm saying? Negroes never ate fucking grasshoppers. Negroes never ate like tamales. Negroes never ate unleavened bread. Negroes never ate what do you call it? Ceviche. Negroes never ate tamarindo. You understand that shit? See, and I say that proud and loud because I know my fucking heritage, but you guys don't.
The curses of the Israelites, a covenant that Yahuwah made with his people. If the Israelites obeyed Yah and his commandments, they would be prosperous and receive the blessings. If they disobeyed Yah and his commandments, they would be downtrodden and receive the curses. Now we all know the Israelites disobeyed Yah and his commandments, so they received the curses. But quick question. If the Israelites chose to disobey the commandments and receive the curses, couldn't they choose to obey the commandments and receive the blessings? I mean, it is a covenant. It's not like it expires. So hold on, let me get this straight. If this covenant is still in place today, why do our leaders encourage us to continue disobeying the commandments? You know, celebrating these pagan holidays, not honoring the Sabbath, promoting ratchetness, and aligning us with political ideals that completely go against what Yah said in his word. It's like they want us to stay cursed.
Black Hebrew Israelites always use Deuteronomy 28 to justify their false religion and false doctrine. If you actually study Deuteronomy 28, along with the rest of the Bible for that matter, you'll see that Black Africans or Black Americans are not the true Israelites. Let's begin with the most obvious example. We see in verse 68, Moses tells the Israelites that the Lord will send you back in ships to Egypt on a journey I said you should never make again. So right there, we see that at some point in time, the Israelites, the true Israelites, were in Egypt. And at some point in time, they left Egypt. And now Moses tells them that at some point, they will be taken back to Egypt, a place where he specifically told them they should never return. This automatically disqualifies all of the Black Israelite claims. With the transatlantic slave trade, slaves were taken from West Africa. They were never taken from Egypt. The ancestors of Black Americans come from West Africa, not Egypt. Moses also says something interesting in the following sentence. He says, "There you will offer yourselves for sale to your enemies as male and female slaves, but no one will buy you." Moses is telling the Israelites that the situation will get so dire that they'll be offering themselves up as slaves. This is the exact opposite of what we saw happen in the transatlantic slave trade. Slaves were not offering themselves up for sale. In fact, they were being ripped from their families and taken from their villages against their will. Some of them were even jumping overboard in the ships because they didn't want to go to the Americas. Moses even says that there will be no buyer. We know that to be completely not the case with the transatlantic slave trade. Now, when you study Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 53, you see that because of the suffering of Israel's enemies during the siege, the Israelites will resort to cannibalism because they're so desperate and their situation is so dire. This actually happened during the reign of King Nebuchadnezzar and his troops. This is the siege of Babylon. Now, if this chapter is actually about the transatlantic slave trade and black slavery in America, this makes no sense because
he's saying Negroes never ate each other. And we know that they forced our people to fucking eat each other because, like, you know, like they had no food and shit. We know this for a fact. But anyways, let's continue because it's very simple to debunk these motherfucking Negroes, bro. You guys are just scared.
what siege could this possibly be talking about? There was never a cannibalistic epidemic in America amongst the black slaves. So again, what siege could this be talking about if black Americans are the true Israelites? Deuteronomy 28 was already fulfilled far.
Where the fuck is the smallpox? If you Negroes were the real true Israelites, how come you didn't die of smallpox here in America? Oh, you don't want to know why? You want to know why you didn't die of smallpox here in America? Because y'all fucking dirty bastards brought that shit here with the white man.
Before the transatlantic slave trade. Therefore, black Hebrew Israelites are not the true Jews. And that's just one example. There are plenty of other verses in the Bible to prove this doctrine and this religion wrong.
So Donald Trump wants to take down all of the things in this.
I don't want to deal with this shit no more, bro. Y'all are full of shit. Black man, black woman complaining about the white man, how they treated y'all. You want to know how you guys treated them? I treated them like shit. And you want to know something? We never had that chance to treat them like shit. Y'all did. So what does that say about you? What does that say about you? What does that say about the whole belief of our understanding? What the fuck are we doing wrong? Nah, man. Here's what I said. Family, you need to really study your history. Those are facts. Because you want to know something? I was just like y'all, a stupid Mexican, just that, lived life and said whatever, raised kids and, do my thing. But then I started realizing, man, like that my life actually means something and that I do come from somebody and that my creator did care about me and that he did take his time to, secure my legacy, and that everything that I think about in regards to my mind, where I want to be a good father, I want to raise good kids, I want to take care of my wife, that shit is real. Like, that's in my spirit, and my creator gave that to me. And I'm not no punk. I'm not the fucking, you know what I'm saying? I'm not a thief. I'm not you know what I'm saying? I'm not these Canaanites or Edomites, these uncivilized bastards or unfucking ruly motherfucking haters, bro. Because, you can see it. Canaanites, they're unruly, and Edomites, they just kill. That's where you are right now, fam. As far as I can see it, these uncivilized bastards or unfucking ruly. I'm all right, brothers. I'm gonna continue with my channel. I'm gonna continue teaching y'all what I can, and I'm, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, bro. Like, I don't think I lie very much about. Like, I'll give an example. The Bible, with the Christian concept, did not tell you how to handle yourself among these nations, because we all wonder, like, why the fuck do they do these things? Why do they act like that towards us? Like, what the fuck, bro? We didn't do nothing to you guys. What is the deal? And I get my answers. I know not why. I don't know not why. I've known for a while, but I know why they do what they do. It's not surprising to me no more. You know what I'm saying? It's been years like that. I already know, bro. I already know. What is the deal? I get my answers. So while all you haters like try to put my channel down, bro, like listen, there's no other channel in this genre right here that can do what I do. Bring any Negro over here to this channel. Bring FOPI, bring FBA, bring BHI, bring Christmas Christians. Tell them that I fucking debunked their shit, and guess what? They will never step up to this game. Y'all got a strong brother, family. And it's time that you guys understand that shit. You need to understand that you have a strong brother here that nobody wants to fuck with. Because the moment they step into this realm, they're going to get destroyed. Do you understand what that means? So, okay, yeah, that's late. It's late already, family. And by the way, the only reason why I'm doing these classes this week is because, like, I have I own my own business. We have a slow week, and oh fuck, man, we're running into these like holidays and shit. You know what I'm saying? Where you guys don't understand what the fuck's going on. I get it, man. I get it. Here's what I'm gonna do this week. And I'm gonna write this down. Wednesday, more likely, I'm gonna do a class on Arthurith again, like a thorough new class on Arthurith again. Show y'all how the fuck we migrated over here from west to east. Go into very detailed information, how we could have not gone around the other way because of situations and shit. And I'm gonna show you. Y'all the people of the book, bro. Don't let these llantas get in the way, bro. Yes, I call you llantas. That's what I called you, llantas. Because you want to know what you guys call us? Mongolians. And when you say that comment, you're very derogatory. It's not because you like identifying us. You're derogatory. I'm not going to call you niggas because that's not what I do. I don't like that shit. But I'm going to call you guys out for what the fuck you're trying to do. Wobbles. As long as I'm around. As long as I'm around, bro. As long as I'm alive. Y'all got no fire. Y'all scared of me. Every single one of you is scared of my channel. FBA, BHI, ISUPK, Sakari, IUIC, GMS. Nobody wants to touch this shit. That's why I don't have a lot of followers. But you know what? It's all good, fam. Because the ones that follow me, guess what? They understand that I stay on my ground. Anyways, I'll see y'all next week. I think it's important, man, that you guys understand what this all means, man. They don't give a fuck about you. Nor should you give a fuck about them. Have a good night. I'll play 2 songs and that's it. Good night.
Soy de Perú, bandido, contento porque en esta parte del mundo he nacido, más que orgulloso de crecer en donde yo he crecido. Me siento bendecido y aquí me quiero morir, y la verdad porque así será. Agradecido con la vida y con Dios que me puso aquí, y con todo aquello que influyó para que fuera en sí, porque así yo puedo decirte gracias por mi color, idioma y también por mi idiosincrasia. Yo soy uno más que aprecia la tierra en la que nací. desde niños hasta abuelos. Lo que siembres en esta mi tierra crece, a pesar que unas veces no paguen al que cosecha lo que merece. No solo aquí, también en toda América Latina, víctima de aquella supuesta raza más fina. Pero no olviden que en Perú no existen razas, somos una especie de seres humanos que se porten en masa, que cuando se revela atacarán enjambre. Un peruano se puede morir de todo, pero nunca de hambre. Yo represento a los desiertos y a la montaña, aquella selva que si miras de arriba te engaña y te hace pensar que el paraíso está en el suelo, donde se refleja el cielo temprano en la mañana. Yo soy peruano, así que mejor infórmese antes de juzgar a mi apariencia y mi piel morena. Aquellos seres humanos que sobresalen, soportando todo a pesar de que muchos les envenenan. Paisajes de mil colores, comidas de mil sabores, playas con arenas blanquitas, no quiero nada. Tierra de grandes señores, culturas y soñadores, gente amable que te hace pensar, yo me quedo acá. Sufrimos y nos levantamos como otros pueblos hermanos, víctimas de terroristas y tiranos que se llevaron mucho y a muchos para el carajo. Pero el peruano sabe cómo se sale de abajo. Por eso más de lo que sé y de lo que escucho, en todas partes siempre respetan a los peruchos. Y es un hecho que a la mayoría nada le complace, razón por la cual quiere ser el mejor en lo que hace. Y es que así se nace cuando eres peruano, aquí tienes de todo, pero también nada se regala, hermano. Norte, sur o centro, en donde quiera que te pares, lo dijo Romero, el Perú es de la concha su madre. Orgulloso de mi esencia, de mi herencia, tengo un tatuaje en la maleta que te indicará mi procedencia, para que quede bien claro de dónde es que soy. Represento a donde voy y así lo hicimos siempre hasta el sol de hoy. Esta canción yo la compuse estando lejos de mi patria y no por querer hacerme el pendejo. Desde la costa, por la sierra hasta la selva somos cholos. Si tú me entiendes, no permitas que yo haga este coro solo. Yo represento a los desiertos y a la montaña, aquella selva que si miras de arriba te engaña y te hace pensar que el paraíso está en el...
Hey, you know what, bro? That's a good point. We either are of evil shit or we are of the seed of the Most High. And we can't change that shit. You see what I'm saying? This is why I teach the way I teach. If I'm not an Israelite, then I'm not an Israelite. But I'm going to tell you something, bro. I'm an Israelite. So when it comes to this shit, somebody's wrong and somebody's right. You're right, brother. Let's go.
Donde se refleja el cielo temprano en la mañana. Yo soy peruano, así que mejor infórmese antes de juzgar a mi apariencia y mi piel morena. Aquellos seres humanos que sobresalen, soportando todo a pesar de que muchos les envenenan.
Viven huyendo de la envidia como los niños en Siria de la bomba que le manda el Pentágono. Y todo el día, mamá mía, keeping it mood, that's so real. Love is man, I never fear, never, no, no. La travesía de la vida más que misericordiosa y nuestra prosa siempre para favor, no. Tú podrás por mí traicionar a tu familia, matar tu brazo, sangre si vos sabías, pero yo no. Familia, familia, es el que está a la mínimo. Familia, familia, comparte almas cristalinas. Familia, familia, Rastafarian familia, 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 Magna White son familia, ya no maniga.
هوا ديالي شو من حالي وشو من حالي، هني بالك ربي كبير وربي عالي، هو اللي جاي يديني اليوم وباغي سالي، ربي يغفر لي ولا دراري. هوا ديالي شو من حالي وشو من حالي، هني بالك ربي كبير وربي عالي، هو اللي جاي يديني اليوم وباغي سالي، ربي يغفر لي ولا دراري. Un sueño donde no había amor, se perdía el color de una flor, se marchaba lentamente, con el sol en el horizonte. Pude hacer algo para calmar mi dolor, y es por eso que le pongo flow, vibrando alto siempre. Burruco bimba, y es que todo por la familia. Burruco bimba, y es por eso vengo a bendecir. Burruco bimba, y es que todo por la familia. Burruco bimba, y es por eso vengo a bendecir.
Familia, familia, es el que está a la mínimo. Familia, familia, comparte almas cristalinas. Familia, familia, Rastafarian familia, 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 Magna White son familia. familia, ya no maniga.
Magna super escalón, subiendo a nuevo escalón. Metallic in the salón, esquivo like si de Stallone. Esos tics van del palo, pero bitch no rascan balón. Aunque me enrollo nada cáñamo, nunca me paro. Aunque van tras de mí, no se pueden medir. Buscan el elixir, está metalizado. Y es que yo soy así, no van a descubrir sexy flow y skill con este descaro. Si familia necesita de ti, fíjalo. Por un connection Antarctic Free, dígalo. A mi Nigeria du Paris, día yo. Los magnetes han llegado, están aquí, píalo. Para soportar el dolor como no imaginas, es la vida en ámbar. Aunque creas que no puedes tú solo con la movida, yo llevaré tus bambas. Familia, familia, fighting the hate and the media. Familia, familia, it's original, man. Familia, familia, fighting the hate and the media. Familia, familia, yo soy un rocket, ellos a brillar. Con los míos siempre se lo baila. Menea, melena, remueve la vaina. Aunque agarre fuerte el pito para que no se caiga. Son los magna de boss final. Con los míos siempre se lo baila. Menea, melena, remueve la vaina. Aunque agarre fuerte el pito para que no se caiga. Son los magna de boss final. Dispara millas sin mirar y sin mirar, sin asimilar que es la puta herida de tu vida hurgo. Los manas de la chatarrilla hacen pa' pillar piltrafillas. Tres donos nos pilla y se va con la furgo. Te hará falta una pedicura y una cura si se apura. Quizás llega la locura de mi turbo. Dale vueltas a la partícula, deja ya la mandíbula quieta que sola llega a Luxemburgo.
Niño, prepara la compota que la pera pata.
Pero vinimos a mejorarla.
Pa' hablar por mi familia y tengo autoridad.
Saben que no puedo pagarla.
Y poner ritmo y los manos les tocan cuatro patas. ¿Quieres esa vaina va a probarla? Estoy aquí en el party donde se gana. What the fuck, what the girl, what an alma. Vivimos muriendo de la envidia como los niños en Siria de la bomba que le manda el Pentágono. Y todo el día, mamá mía, keeping it mood, so real, lo es man, never fear, never, no, no. La travesía de la vida más que misericordiosa y nuestra prosa siempre para allá favor, no. Tú podrás por mierda traicionar a tu familia, matar tu bro, sangre, fiaba, sabías, pero yo no. Familia, familia, es el que está a la mínimo. Familia, familia, comparta almas cristalinas. Familia, familia, Rasta Giant familia. Familia, familia, Magna Boy son familia, ya no maniga. Bombo cry, sing it, sing it, sing it, sing it, cross the line on them. Warrior, vengo con los míos, Magna Gate, fire, fire them. Bombo cry, sing it, sing it, sing it, sing it, cross the line on them. Warrior, vengo con los manas y saqué, twilight, fire them. I gotta stop, shut up on the microphone ballad. And let's smoke the marijuana, psycho Buddha bombo clap. Bang bang in the street, fire burn it, fill it with. Rasta man, I want Illuminati, play the kill. Stop, shut up on the microphone ballad. And let's smoke the marijuana, psycho Buddha bombo clap. Bang bang in the street, fire burn it, fill it with. Key Cray is a king, Magna sting. Nobody, no kill them. In a creepy style. Chale, no fire them. It's a Rasta ganja. Nobody, no kill them. It's a crispy style. Tally, the fire cream. It's a Rasta ganja. Familia, Rasta chai is familia. Key Cray is familia. Familia, pure nego is familia. Familia, Zico, Key Magneto, familia. Familia, es el que está a la mínima. Familia, comparta almas cristalinas. Familia, Rasta Giant familia. Magna Boy que te aplastaba, nego.
Y va de nuevo mi tono. Mexicano bandido, todo el barrio prendido. Siempre ando bien cuido, siempre poniendo ruido. Mexicanos al grito de guerra, yo defiendo mi tierra. No me dejo de nadie, yo cuido a los míos, mi raza se aferra. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera, yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera, yo la levanto por donde
donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Me voy tendido, me voy empinando mi bote. Un poco mareado por la bebida y el borlote. Me tiene hasta la riata la gente con su mitote. Pero me despreocupo, me pelan todo el garrote. Me para la chota, ya es por mi apariencia. Que hay tantos delitos, que hay tanta demencia. Yo no cargo nada, no más mi presencia. Pinche puerco joto, atente a las consecuencias. Si no topa el poli en breve nos para en la calle. No puede salir uno conmigo porque ya hay detalles. No quiere que conteste, quiere que yo solo calle. Quieren mi dinero pero que chingue su madre. A la dica este sistema nos quieren ver abajo. Pero tumbar gente, quien les dijo que es trabajo. Puro chingar al indio, váyanse mucho al carajo. Loco no me rajo, lo bueno porque
se armó la alianza más pesada del país. Todo el mundo ya conoce las rimas de estos MCs. Pa' ponerme más feliz, unos paisas de hachís. Mis paisas en el gabacho, bien truchas con la polis. Loco en Guanajuato, con los ojos bien tumbados. De coto con el quesada, rifando por todos lados. Atento si prendo un blunt en cabina cuando grabo. Represento Nuevo León, junto a mi carnal el Davo. Cuando voy pa' Jalisco, el pasado está olvidado. Con el perro de la C, bien grifo, pedo y enfiestado. Chécate mi banderón, unido como había soñado. Bien bajado ese balón, compa lefty bien bajado. Puro hip hop mexa, hasta que amanezca. Pásenme un mezcal y que no se apague la yesca. Ya saben que aquí andamos pilas pa' lo que se ofrezca. Si escribo estas rimas es pa' que se enorgullezca.
Verde marihuana, blanca cocaína, roja la sangre que escurre de una nueva herida. Yo salí de la ruina, nunca se me olvida. Con disciplina y respeto sigo en siempre la movida. Ando bien high, la vida es un freestyle. Disfruta lo que hay, vivo entre el bien y el mal. Carnal, crazy life todo el día viendo live. Pinto tu barda con spray, lo que canto es real. Azules y rojas las sirenas que me persiguen. No suben pa' la virgen, salen todos cuando chifle. Mi barrio no lo pisen, que andamos todos grises. Maldito policía, no quiero que me revises. Prende la mota en Canala o en Hitter. Ando con mi flota y el dealer. Tenemos lo que se te ofrezca, tú nada más pide. Me dijo mi madre que de la envidia me cuide.
Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera.
Ya, ábranse cabrones, llegó el mexicano partiendo sin necesidad de palanca. Todos jugamos en la misma liga, yo soy titular, tú ves desde la banca. Disfruto cada cosa que me pasa, colaboro y mi carrera se levanta. El mismo cabrón que antes no tenía nada se la pasa viajando y dice que canta. Por eso me caga enfermarme de la garganta. Pero aguanta, traigo mata natural y humo de planta. 2, 3 cabrones dando lata y yo haciendo más plata. De esto la vida se trata y pa' que sepas no es barata. MC da bolos desbarata con cada escalón que sube. Yo tuve la suerte de hacerme fama en YouTube. Hay 2, 3 raperos de antaño que me bajé de su nube. Los mandé pa' su casa y de premio hasta les pagué el Uber. Si alguien me tira es porque sabe bien que domino el negocio y quiere de mi parte. No quiero darlas de grande, pero si me tiras la neta me toca humillarte. Soy capitán, llevo el estandarte. Somos muy pocos los que hacemos arte. Este flow si es de Marte, tú dale like y comparte.
México lindo y bandido, diario a Diosito le pido que me cuide a la familia si un día el cora ya no late. Estoy bendecido porque me cuidan los míos. Orgullosamente me exatamos locos de remate. Jaque mate, no hable de volar si viene gateando. La cosa por la frontera se pone violenta, no importa el rango. Toda la raza jalándole duro, si hay algo seguro es la muerte en donde ando. Sudor y la sangre en la frente, los de alzada controlando. Se roban la atención, ya saben quiénes son. Vatos locos con sazón como el de un corridón. No quiera tomarme el pelo si ando todo pelón. Levantando la bandera, viva México cabrón.
La bandera con un águila, Simón, mi tierra es esta. Me vale si mi piel o si mi acento les molesta. Acá jalan horas extras, nunca duermen la siesta. Están los que van pa'l jale y los que la viven de fiesta. Otros que en el pintón se tatúan de corazón. 3 colores en el pecho, morirían por su nación. Aunque su puto gobierno los puso en la situación de no terminar la escuela y terminar en la prisión. ¡Viva México, ladrones! ¿Qué hubo, les presidente? Ya saben que por mí policías chinguen a 20. Y ahí están mis 20 pa' la cagua. Aguas, que es tierra caliente de Chiapas hasta Chihuahua. Wow, 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 yippee yo,
mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera. Soy mexicano, esa es mi bandera. Yo la levanto por donde quiera. Verde, blanco, rojo hasta que muera. El barrio prendido ya quemó afuera.
Puro hip hop mexa, perros, 2023.
Ey yo, ey yo.
Somos la santa carnal.
Ey, los más chingones de la plaza.
Oye, DJ IDUMEA que en los scratches. Desde alzada, mi perro. No saben quién soy o sí. Oye.
Viva México, cabrones.
Del mar los vieron llegar, mis hermanos emplumados eran los hombres barbados de la profecía esperada. Se oyó la voz del monarca de que el Dios había llegado y les abrimos la puerta. Por temor a lo ignorado, iban montados en bestias, como demonios del mal, iban con fuego en las manos y cubiertos de metal. Solo el valor de unos cuantos les opuso resistencia, y al mirar correr la sangre se llenaron de vergüenza, porque los dioses ni comen ni gozan con lo robado. Y cuando nos dimos cuenta, ya todo estaba acabado, y en ese error entregamos la grandeza del pasado, y en ese error nos quedamos 300 años esclavos. Se nos quedó el maleficio de brindar al extranjero nuestra fe, nuestra cultura, nuestro pan, nuestro dinero, y le seguimos cambiando oro por cuentas de vidrio, y damos nuestras riquezas por sus espejos con brillo. Siglo XX nos siguen llegando rubios y les abrimos la casa y los llamamos amigos, pero si llega cansado un indio de andar la sierra, lo humillamos y lo vemos como extraño por su tierra. Hipócrita que te muestras humilde ante el extranjero, pero te vuelves soberbio con tus hermanos del pueblo. Oh, maldición de Malinche, enfermedad del presente, ¿cuándo dejarás mi tierra? ¿Cuándo harás libre a mi gente?
y Cal. Hijo, abre los ojos. Tu cuerpo se queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir. Busca la luz. Aléjate de las sombras. Deja que nuestro dolor sea tu fuerza. Desde aquí iluminamos tu camino. Lucha como nosotros ante esta pena tan grande. Yo soy tú. Tú eres yo. La muerte que hoy nos separa, mañana volverá a unirnos. Eres libre, hijo.